Hey, sis.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing better now, sis.
Good, 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 good. Ah, same here. I got some sleep.
Good evening, everyone. Thank y'all for coming to join me and my beautiful
Hey,
sis right here.
welcome,
Welcome.
welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so the title for today: Do husbands really require respect?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Eugene,
Hey,
Steve.
Right.
Hey,
Because one
Todd.
person is fucking it up for everybody, and it's gonna fuck the morale of the team up too.
Oh,
uh-oh.
BMU, we speaking to us?
You must realize he was
Okay, that's okay. Like that basketball player. she
right.
was she was still on the mic. Okay. Okay. Um our title today: Do husbands really require respect, ladies and gentlemen? So
Mm-hmm.
today we're going to discuss respect, specifically between our men and our ladies, with the goal of marriage.
Right.
Um, and sometimes, it can take us a while to get there, to learn how to respect each other and each person. You know, their definition of respect may be a little different, but overall, we're going to start with the definition of respect. We
Hey.
have two-part definition. I'm going to read my notes here. Let's see here. Respect: a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. Part two: respect means due regard for the feelings, wishes, rights, or traditions of others. And we know all those feelings, wishes, and rights and traditions can be a little different from person to person.
Right.
Um, and so I shall start with my journey learning to respect, and I'm still working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've been told throughout my relations, and then you all notice as well. I, you know, I show how I feel in my face. I have a lot of expressions, so often if I'm disappointed or if I'm upset, it can display on my face as well, which can be disrespectful in certain situations. It can.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and what about you, Miss O?
I learned how about respect. Oh, let me tell you. I learned from my daddy. I learned early on. I end up he told me to do something and I didn't do it, and it's like, he just chastised me on it and told me, when I get older, if I ever require a husband and he tell me to do something, he said, and I don't do it, he said that's a form of disrespect. But I think the main thing that I learned, especially with this marriage now, as far as respect, I learned not to cut my husband off when he's talking.
Mm,
That's one thing I have. I like to talk, and when he's talking, and I'm sorry, and I talk with him, and I don't realize that I didn't realize that I was disrespecting him. So that's when I learned, and he had to teach me, like, look, babe, I don't like when I'm in the middle of anything talking and you interrupt me, because that throw their whole thought process off. It's just blatant respect and disrespect, and I didn't know about it, and I end up having to learn. I'm still working on it, but it's a work in progress. It's nothing demeaning or anything like that, but men require respect, especially when they're talking.
yes, I'm glad you brought that up, sis. That's the issue I've had as well. I'm sure others, when you're in a conversation, especially a debate or more of a heated conversation, you want to get your point across so badly.
Hmm.
Um, so that does manifest as cutting someone off,
Hmm.
which just backpedal. This is backpedal. It just makes the situation worse.
It does. It causes a rift, an unnecessary rift in a relationship.
Yep. Yep. Let's see. We have Eugene Steele. Respect does not mean to bow down or kowtow. Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
Totally agree. Some respect's not slavery. It's not slavery. It's not blind obedience. It's trust. It's
Right.
trust.
Sis, I don't know where they got that. By me as a woman respecting a man as slavery. Anything that got anything to do with being some kind of subservient to a man is considered slavery. Respect is slavery. Reverence is slavery. Cooking for him is slavery. Cleaning your house, which you should be doing anyway, is slavery. Taking care of your children is slavery. Anything that has anything to do with a man is considered slavery. And I don't understand that one.
Respect and neglect. Let's see here. Trey, respect is the minimum. Lauren Hill and Eugene Steele. I think some women think that being submissive to her husband and respecting her husband means to bow down and kowtow to him. And that is clearly not what they mean. And I understand the mindset to an extent. We have to take into account our history, our long history of enslavement, and especially our women, the relationships that we've had with our men during that time, not our men, but with men. I'm not going to say our men necessarily, but with men.
Right.
And a lot of us just aren't aware of how that's still affecting our psyche. And what is that? Post-traumatic stress disorder, how that's still in our spirit. And how it can, manifest in our relationships. We associate things that we, didn't even experience, but are in our spirit with the current situation. And we all know how that, what that leads to. Let's see here. We have Trey. What's up, Trey?
Hey, Trey.
Trey's awesome. I figure sisters out. This is what I say. I bet you won't respect me. Boom. In your face.
Trey,
all right. Eugene Steele. And unfortunately, there are some men who think that way as well. Yes.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
We're not speaking to that man. We know that they are out there, and hopefully, we'll speak on this later on the show. Hopefully we can get to the point where that man can at least want and try to change their mindset to get to the point where they are in a position to be a husband. And the same for a wife. We gotta hope for the best, and have the conversations.
Sis, I'm like this. I'm sorry. This don't apply to the men that know they're men, but these males, I have to say, grow some balls. I'm sorry. Please grow some. I love my brothers. I really do. It's one thing growing up that I had a disdain for, and it was the guys that had the low self-esteem that felt as if they was not deserving of having that respect. And I used to talk to him and stuff. I'm like, brother, like, look, you a king. Rather you know it or not, you don't let nobody dictate who you are. I have a disdain for men that really don't know their self-worth.
And some of us, I'll say men and women, we never make it to that point in our life, unfortunately. And it could be a journey. I think that's the hardest battle, knowing and loving yourself. Especially when you haven't had that role model. You haven't had an example of that. You're blind, essentially. You're blind. Let's see. We have Miss Anissa. Hey, beautiful.
Hey, Anissa.
It's important to remember that respect must go both ways. Talk and treat your partner the same way you would want. And I definitely agree with that to an extent, Miss Anissa. But I found, just in my personal experiences, the way I want to be respected can be different from the way my spouse wants to be respected.
Exactly.
So it's so important to learn about each other, Like, for example, I was speaking earlier about my facial expressions. That can come off as really disrespectful to my partner, where if he made a funky face, it wouldn't bother me, so see here. Let's see. Why is this even a question for Orlando's?
Why is it even a question? Ooh.
Yeah.
We
have a long way to go. We have a long way to go.
We're going to go through this tonight.
Mr. He Said.
Hey, Mr. He Said.
Yeah. Kasim so stylish. Right. Trey, the respect men require and the respect women require is different. Can't give her what I require. Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why that vetting process is so important. Believe me, you said at least a year, getting to know each other, learning about each other.
3 months, 4 months, 6 months, you're not going to learn a person like that. A lot of times people say you'll learn them more when you move in together. That's the biggest mistake ever. You really need to vet. It is. You're going to move in together and you have your ways, she have her ways, and y'all both clashing. That would not work. That's a disaster waiting to happen. At least a year. You go, she can come see your place. And men, I would say this to the men, that vetting is very important, especially you have to with the women, because I'm not talking to men. I know a lot of times people think that we're on the women more. I'm talking to the women because I can't really critique a man, and really it takes a man to actually critique a man. We can't do that. So my thing is, as far as when it comes to the women, with the men, when you're vetting these women, you have to actually know what their family life is like. How's her relationship with her father? How's her relationship with her mother? If she have children, how is she rearing and raising her kids before you jump into that? And vice versa with the men. But like I said, I'm not going to critique the men. I'm really talking to my sisters because as a whole, we really need to do better. Like I said, there's males out there. I'm not talking about those males because every woman say, what about the men? What about the men? You're not talking about what about the men. You're talking about what about the males, those Pookie and Ray Rays. We're not talking about them. We're talking about a man that's actually looking for a wife or that has a wife. What we need to do to strengthen those relationships.
Absolutely. We have, let's see here, Eugene Steele. Oh, wait, no, Miss Anissa. Whatever the respect language is, it needs to be reciprocated. Absolutely. Eugene Steele, vetting is key.
Yes.
Trey, you don't really know someone till you live with them. Oh, gosh. Y'all, I'm having some flashbacks. I've been traumatized.
I did too. My first one, I'm telling you, I already know, and believe me, although I thought I knew this person, I didn't vet them. The first one, I didn't vet him like I was supposed to.
I didn't know how to vet someone.
You know what? I was taught how to vet, but I was being hard-headed. My daddy told me no, and I went behind my dad's back. So like I said, I had a spiritual butt whooping for that one. So I said, never again, Daddy. You my father for a reason, and fathers protect their daughters. So
absolutely. Hey, Mr. Alexis from Texas.
Hey, Alexis.
See here, we have from Time. I'm really confused. I got a 1980 woman and family more valuable than a career. Sacrifice means working hard in your together. Keep dating and learning. You wife, maybe you're your wife, and learning your husband. Absolutely. We change every day, you all.
We change every minute. I'm like, oh my God, it's like it's getting worse. Like, come on now, we need that family unity because our communities is looking crappy right now.
That's why it's so important to have those goals and be honest and have that communication at the beginning, so that make sure that your goals align. See, Del Monte, it isn't this beating a dead horse at this point. You can't help anyone who refuses to listen. Absolutely. But Del Monte, I believe those are out there who don't want to listen, who don't want to learn, who want to stay stagnant. But there are also those who are crying for help.
Right.
They are looking for resources and a guide. The Wife School podcast. No, you really don't know yourself until you live with someone.
Exactly. And you know what? Sister's right on that, because what I learned by this being my second marriage, I found out with my husband now, that my husband mirrors all of, my flaws. He'll let you know, like, babe, calm down. That's not a good look. And the same with the wife. We see exactly what our husbands, where they, if they lack of any, of anything or whatever, whatnot, or, it's just certain things that we see in our spouse, and they don't know that they're actually doing it unless we tell them, because people in the world won't tell them anything. Your family won't tell you anything, because for one, that's just the way he is. But at the same time, we, like Sis said, we have to learn each other, and it's actually, we are mirroring each other, and by us mirroring each other, we actually coming together. We supposed to come together as one unit, and without that mirroring each other and getting to know yourself while you learning your spouse, it's a dead. You run into a dead end on that one. So, communication is key on that.
Yes, ma'am. That feminine and that masculine, we view the world completely differently, and we need it. We need both aspects to work together for the ultimate goal of improving our community.
Right.
Hopefully, that's the goal of your marriage. One of the goals anyway of your marriage.
Right.
Have Wife School podcast. I'm getting tongue tied. Wife School podcast. Salute to my beautiful sisters, Miss O and Miss Alicia. Ooh, so sweet. We have time. Mr. He said, Mrs. She said, make it last forever.
That's
right.
Sorry,
y'all know I'm hurt your ears. Stay healthy, balanced, life focused, and motivated every day. Yeah.
And you're right. We have to be motivated every day, because if you slack, if it takes one spouse in the marriage to slack off for everything, just you have to have that balance.
And understand that we aren't 100% each day. That we have to. If today I'm at 75, he got to 25, and vice versa. Is he at 10? All right, I got to 90. We got to be able to. We have the desire to balance each other out. Kasim, I would monitor a woman's behavior, which affects the perception of her man. Like, how does she act in a way that makes her man look good? Absolutely.
And that's important, because say for instance, I'm sorry, so say for instance, it's a lot of men that's quiet, that sit back, lay back, quiet, and they got this loud woman. I mean, she just sounded like a hyena, not showing any kind of self-respect, and that is crazy. That is crazy. So
hello, Miss Dee Dee.
Hey, Dee Dee.
How are you? Let's see here. Did we go through them all? Nope, let me go back up. At least this is Rebel 95. At least it's better than Biden talking through a speech. Okay.
Sleepy Joe. I don't even vote. I ain't even into politics. I don't even vote.
Me either. I used to.
The last time I voted is when Obama ran. That was my first and my last time voting in my whole entire life.
Yeah, I think that was my last time. I remember my residence at that time. He had he came to visit my city, and he was in the like pavilion next door. Oh my gosh! And I went to see him.
Right.
I was so proud, so proud. Somebody gonna change Biden. It's like, oh boy. Well, hopefully his wife will. Ooh, child, wiping with a smile.
She ain't wiping nothing. And she said, "Do it yourself, Joe."
All right, let's see here. Hello, UK Arsenal. If you don't vote, you don't get a say.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing. It ain't got nothing to do with me, because at the end of the day, all this, in my humble opinion, this voting, although they tell us vote or die and all this other stuff, every time we vote somebody in, we still get the ish end of the stick. Everybody else have rights. We've been saying, oh, we, as far as us as people, want these rights, but I'm sorry, the rainbow, everybody got rights before us. Even the Asians got rights before us. Now, come on. Asians don't vote, but they got rights. Make that make sense.
We have James. Welcome, James. Trey, Miss O, help push the rainbow agenda. Being silly. Miss Anissa. That's what I was thinking, Trey. That's what I was thinking, the Electoral College. Electoral College, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Electoral College. Yep. Yes, sir.
It's the, you know what that is? The illusion of inclusion.
Yeah, they think this is a democratic country. I'm not going into politics. I'm not that familiar with it. I can't really speak on it.
Yeah. Politics,
exactly. And James, the topic is, do husbands really require respect? So we're talking about respect today. Let's see here. And all right, Miss O, are you ready for videos? Oh, let me read Miss Alexa. Say, Miss Alexa, I may not vote presidential all the time, but I do vote local government because that's what affects me the most. President is just a phase. True.
Exactly, Alexa.
Very true. Thank you, James. James says he loves our last stream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss O, what would you like to start with, videos, or would you like to start with the first question?
We can start with one of the videos.
Okay, sounds good. Let's play a video, please and thank you.
Appreciate you, sir. She's got you babysitting her kids while she's going out all night. She's wondering why you can't be more of a father to the children she created with other men. She wants to know why she can't get more of your money when she's got a couple of child support checks coming in. She's got housing, she's done a disability check, and she wants to know why you can't part with more of your check. Do you see what I'm telling you?
I see it. Well, ain't nothing free, Your Honor. He's not finna just be with me just because, you know. I mean, he's gonna have to help out because
I pay all the bills, so.
Your Honor, he does not.
I pay all the bills and get
Mr. Nevins, do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm not talking to her because I don't think she could hear me. I'm talking to somebody who I think can hear me. Can you hear me?
I know.
Am I saying anything that your family's ever told you?
Yeah, they tell me that every time I see them.
I don't know them, they don't know me, but we're both telling you the same thing. What does that tell you?
Keep your family out your business.
She doesn't appreciate you, sir.
Ooh,
that right there is a dragon.
Ooh, child. Yes, me too. Me too. I love Judge Taller.
Me too. That's my girl right there. I love you some Judge Taller.
Yeah, that seemed quite troubled. I'll say that.
That is the most blatant. When I saw that years ago, that is the most blatant disrespect a woman can ever do to her husband. She was going out hanging out with her friends, being gone all night. Now, mind you, he's a stepfather to her children. And she always ripping and running and being out there fighting it up because that's what she was doing. And he was there taking care of her kids. And she still disrespect him. He trying to be nice, but he has a low self-esteem. And when hyenas, and I'm going to say hyenas, can sniff when you weak. And they will run over you. And that's exactly what she did.
You know what I mean? You know, we have to understand that a lot of us aren't in the place mentally to hear what something Judge Taller, something like what she was sharing, to hear that. And I hope he heard what she was saying.
I hope he heard too. sometimes you would just talk to them. It's like it just goes through one ear out the ear, the one ear and out the other. And the first thing they be like, "But I love her, man." Disrespect don't deserve love. Period. Because to a man, to me, that I learned, to a man, respect is love. Flat out, they want respect before they do love. If you don't show them respect, they know you don't love them. They know you don't love them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have some comments. UK Arsenal, that's why I say no to single mothers. Yeah, that tends to be the trend. Del Monte, exactly what I'm talking about. Refuse to listen.
No.
Milani, these women put everything and everybody before their husbands, especially the stepfathers.
Ooh. Yes.
Yeah. James, that's one of the biggest issues with women nowadays. Their overall objective is to monetize the men.
Facts.
See, Rebel 95, been through that one time, never again.
All praises. It only take
I'm
one
glad
time.
you learned. I'm glad you learned, Rebel. Let's see. Hey, skinny boy.
Hey, skinny boy.
Milani stepfathers are undervalued and overlooked.
Exactly.
I don't understand that mindset. If you have someone else willing to step up and take care of your children, wouldn't you want to bend over backwards for that person?
Look, I'm telling you right now, I surely did. My husband is a stepfather to my children, and I came in with teenagers. And I came in with teenagers. All of them was in high school when me and my husband got married. So imagine. And I told them when we first when me and my husband first got married, I told them, and I will say it again. This is my husband. You are to respect him. If you can't respect him, you have a father. You can live with your father or you can live with us. But as long as you're under this man's roof, this is this man's roof. This is his house.
They knew what the best environment was. They know the best environment is.
Oh, believe me, they stayed there and they mind. And they love, they love, they call him dad. They love him. And he loved them too. So I was on it. And a lot of times when we have these step families, and when you're going into it, a lot of times a lot of these women don't talk to their children before they introduce them to their new life. And they don't tell them, look, this is how it's gonna be, this, that, third. They just let their kids run and talk to these men.
The kids gonna test them.
Oh no.
They're gonna test them.
Oh yeah, they will. But guess what? If mine was the test, they would have been with their father. I'm being honest.
Set those boundaries. Gotta set those boundaries.
I was not playing.
We had Trey, PTL era, public transactional love era.
Oh,
that hurts.
I gotta use that one.
Del Monte, more proof of don't get married.
You find somebody, grandbaby. Come on now.
Hey, it's rare. It's very rare. UK Arsenal, that's why high value men avoid single mothers, because most are just looking for a financial sponsor or financial sponsors.
Yep.
Milani, if it wasn't for him, those snaggletooth cavity mouth disrespectful kids wouldn't have a roof over their heads. I haven't heard that in a long time. Snaggletooth wouldn't have a roof over their heads and get those material things every week.
Exactly, Milani.
Absolutely. Let's see here. All right, so we are going to start with the first question. Oh, Miss O, did you want to alternate the questions, or would you like me to read them all?
No, we can have it how you have it. That'll be
okay.
Fun. And I don't know when we was gonna bring people up, because we want men and women on the panel tonight.
Okay, we'll read the first question and then we'll drop the link. So if anyone comes up and voice their opinion instead of child typing, you are more than welcome. So the first question is: has there ever been a scenario in which you were disrespectful but didn't realize the impact of your actions until much later? Would you like to go first? I can go first if you like.
I can go first on that one. Have I ever been in a scenario to which I was? Oh yeah, like I was saying, I was talking, my Lord was talking, and I called myself like putting my 2 cents in mid sentence, but I didn't realize that I was really disrespecting him. But I wasn't reading the room either. And my husband, he shows that like he'd be like I was like, oh, that's when it hit me. I was like, oh, I said, I'm really pissing him off tonight. I said, I had some, I'm so sorry for disrespecting you. It's like I said, it's a learning experience. So I just learned not to ever disrespect. That's the only disrespect that I ever showed my husband. Other than that, everything else, he told me I'm not disrespectful on anything. It's just that for men, when men are talking and you butt in, or you just stop the mid sentence, and that shows them that you're not listening. If you're not listening, you're showing a sign of disrespect. And we have, as women, a lot of times when someone talking to us, we just with them, and we just actually talking with them instead of listening, and we end up missing the points that the man is actually saying.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And there have been quite a few for me. But the first thing that pops in my mind is, oh gosh. I didn't used to dress as modestly as I do now.
Mm-hmm.
But, sis, so I went out with, my partner.
Mm-hmm.
And well, before we were heading out, I had on something. I remember I had on some high boots and I had on a really skimpy, revealing dress. And he was like, what are you doing? I was like, what isn't cute? He was like, I don't want to go out with you like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I got so upset. A part of me was like, well, I've been wearing things like this,
Mm-hmm.
we're together. And another part of me was like, well, he doesn't like it, so I should change. And then I'm fighting with myself, but this is my style. I'm having this internal conflict, and it led to a rift that it took some time to mend.
Mm-hmm.
We got over it. It was, it could have been avoided if I would just listen to him.
Right.
It could have definitely been avoided.
Right. And you know what, sis? A lot of times we don't think that the way we dress is disrespectful, because we are actually putting our husbands in a dangerous situation, because the men know. Is men out there that'll be very disrespectful to their wives, and then that will put them in a vulnerable state to where they have to fight for you because you came out looking like a streetwalker. And that's what it is. My dad told me this a long time ago. He was like, you watch how you dress, because the men gonna be out there catcalling and everything, and that's a form of disrespect. You disrespect your husband when you go out with revealing things anyway. You have all that sexy stuff inside the house. You be modest out there. Your husband don't want everybody to see what he have.
Yep. I hadn't even considered that.
Mm-hmm.
The attention. I hadn't even considered that, and how it would affect them. And yes, Trey, I was out there showing it all. Just showing it all with little I have.
I couldn't show nothing off because I'm too much.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't do that.
And loving it. I was loving it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Rev 95. Disrespectful, yes, but in a way where it's very passive aggressive. The impact, not really. Try to be very careful when I do it, though. All right. Disrespectful, yes. And Rev, what situation were you referring to? And James, plus you represent your man by the way you dress. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I hadn't even considered that then. I was so immature.
But you know what it is we're not, if you don't have that parent to teach you that, how would you know?
Exactly.
Because I was like 11 years old, had a body of an 18-year-old, and my daddy was like, no. I was a cheerleader, y'all. My daddy was like, He said, only way you being a cheerleader, you wearing some leggings under there. I did a lot of stuff, but my dad was like on it. I couldn't show my shape because I was too curvy, and I looked like a woman at the body, but you can tell I was a baby in the face. So you actually have to learn that You really have to learn that, and the only way you're gonna learn, especially as women, if you have male figures in the house, like say, like for instance, Milani, she's right. Your brothers would be like, hold on, wait a minute, you ain't going out the house. My brothers was younger than me, but it was my dad, like he was policing, and I was like, why I can't do this? But I found out why when I was going to school. I was like, oh, my daddy was trying to keep me from looking like I was the same type of woman, females in school, like the fast girls. He didn't want me to look like that. He said, my dad told me, a man will treat you how he view you. If he see you as a streetwalker, that's what he gonna treat you as, a streetwalker. If you
I'm having some flashbacks.
If you show yourself respect, you'll get respect.
I remember I was 14. And that summer I went to like a rec center, and I got really close with a lot of the men and the boys there. They were really cool. That's where I learned to play chess. And one of the guys who taught me, very nice gentleman, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being so embarrassed. I remember he pulled me to the side one day. He said, you should ask your mom. You should ask your mom for some bras. You should start wearing bras.
Right.
And I remember never even thinking about that before that time, but being so embarrassed. But that was really the only time someone said anything to me about my attire, other than that situation with my boyfriend at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't have that example,
But at the same time, if it really takes the mothers, you know what I'm saying? Especially with the girls, because I heard some horror stories, some women saying that they never knew anything about how to take care of the menstrual cycles they was getting. They didn't even know how to clean themselves because their mothers did not teach them. They didn't teach them nothing. They didn't teach them how to cook. They didn't teach them anything. And then when they get out in the world, it's like people look like, oh, you don't know how to do whatever, but it starts at home. It starts at home, and the mothers are supposed to be the teachers of the daughter. It's a lot of times, a lot of these women are out here trying to be the teachers of their sons. You can't be the teachers of your sons. Only thing you can tell your sons is what type of female not to get involved with. That's the only thing. That's why the fathers are important for those sons, because only a father can show these men, these young boys, how to be a man. When it comes to us women, we are supposed to be there as elder women. It said in the Bible, we're supposed to teach our daughters. Soon, I told my daughter when she was little, I said, baby, I said, soon if you see A, B, C, D, and E, let mommy know, and mommy will show you how to do, like the menstrual cycle. I will show you what you need to do. And I did her the same way I was taught by my grandmother, my great aunts, and my mother. And if I didn't have that skills, I wouldn't have been able to show my daughter anything. And say, for instance, and then I'll get off of this. It's a it's a lot of women, and I know the men can attest to this, even women can attest to this. If you was to follow behind another woman, like in a restroom or something like that, when it comes to their sanitary, they don't even know how to wrap that stuff up. They just throw it. They either flush it down the toilet or throw it in. They don't even know how to wrap it. The wrappers comes with the pants. Everything got a wrapper, and they don't even know how to do that. They just throw it in the trash and just expose it
on the floor.
Oh my God. Don't let me get started when I went to job corps when I need to go there. They had us cleaning the stalls. Them females were so filthy. They had them all on top of the pads, everything on top. Yeah, used on top of the shower stalls. And the RAs used to try to tell us to clean it up. I said, I ain't touching that. They didn't know, no home training, because their mothers did not teach them. Their mothers was so much, it's a lot of mothers, and it's sad to say this, but it was a lot of mothers that spent more time into these boyfriends, these uncles they had coming in the home, and not paying attention to what their daughters need, and they didn't teach their daughters anything. So when their daughters go out there, they don't know anything. And then the mothers be like, well, didn't I teach you anything? A lot of these girls need to say, no, you didn't.
Yes, a lot of them aren't capable of teaching. They just aren't capable of teaching.
Right.
Let's see here. We have My brothers used to stop me before walking out the house when I'd be wearing mini dresses and skirts. Sometimes I run out to the backyard and put a dress and skirt in my purse and change. You know what?
Oh, Milani, you was naughty.
Now I realize why, so I don't do it anymore. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Right.
And is it Abel? Oh, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that.
Yeah,
Beyonce album covers with her body half naked for decades. Yeah, I don't.
She's very although Jay-Z doing whatever he doing, we don't know. Allegedly, she's not even respecting her husband as well because she's showing her body to the world. That's his body. That's not the world's.
Let's see. UK Arsenal. More Black men need to keep avoiding single mothers if they want the Black community to be wealthy. Let's see. And all those men on stage with their shirts off, every performance showing their body and muscles should also be avoided, right?
Exactly. I agree.
All right. A boss man, speaking from a stepdad perspective, it's difficult to express this lesson to my stepdaughter. It is a slow and strategic process.
Oh, keep working on the boss man. Keep working on it.
Milani, naughty. I used to leave the house not wearing bra and panties or anything under my clothes. Can't do that mess anymore.
Oh no, you learned your lesson, did you? No, you gotta wear underwear. You have to. You gotta wear underwear. I don't care if you're going to a mailbox. Have some underwear.
James, that's why it's important for their mothers to be a model so their sons know what to expect and desire.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
James. I wholeheartedly agree.
Let's see here. So all those youth males at BB Court with shirts off need to get dressed properly too.
Exactly. You put that jersey on.
Let's see. My stepmom taught me, Milani, my stepmom taught me about menstruation when I was about 9 or 10. You know, I remember my grandmother gathering it was a lot of us, usually about 7 in the house. Wide range of, wide age range, gathering us all together on many occasions. We're little, 6, 7, 8, and those younger, and telling us about the menstrual cycle. She would tell us about intercourse, and she had pictures. I remember I got a little older, she had like some photographs she was showing me. I know this gonna sound weird. I'm like, Grandma, where you get these from? But she was trying to show me, she unfortunately passed before I got to puberty, so I didn't have that reinforcement. But I remember I remember those lessons she would have. That's another thing, you have to be consistent. As kids, we hear things once, twice, it goes right out of our heads. We have to be consistent. We have to be consistent. You want to get to the point where your kid is saying, leave me alone, or I'm being annoying. Good. I know I get on my daughter's nerves.
Exactly.
All those cheerleaders doing those twerk moves and this stuff. Oh, God.
You know what? That really needs to stop. When I was a cheerleader, we wasn't doing that. And I think the last time I was a cheerleader was like 1990, my last year of high school. We wasn't doing that stuff. Let my daddy find out I was pop, lock, and dropping. That would have been the last. That would have been the last time I would have even been at the school after school. That is nuts.
It's really crazy how much sexuality is pushed towards youth earlier. Absolutely. And you know what just reinforces, especially our girls, that is their only value. Their face and their body and what's between their legs. That whatever other skills possible they could have is irrelevant. They need to get out there and sell it, unfortunately.
It's a lot. I just feel so sorry for a lot of these girls. It's like they just been misguided, and me growing up, I used to be around people that didn't have a father in their life, and the women that they did have in their life, the first thing they did the women was using that Ronnie quote on Players Club: "Use what you got to get what you want," or tell them, ain't nothing out in the street but a wet behind and all that other stuff. Come on. This is the only thing these women are telling these girls, and And look at them. It's like it just got worse. In the 80s, we didn't see it. It was only you rarely see those type of females out. It'd be at night. Now it's like the night walkers is out in the day. Remind you of a Blade movie. Day walkers. That's all you see. That's all you see. And it's sad.
See, is it Eble? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. My grandmother would have locked me in the house if I had tried to go out showing too much. My grandma would have too if she was around. You know, she was still living. Absolutely. Anissa, if he had a problem with trust, Jay would say something. Okay. See here, who we have up next. Men without shirts at the basketball court is not the same. Stop it. Hey, to each his own. See, James, there's been a lot of scenario. Oh, Melania was.
Oh my God, Trey.
I told you, me, Melania. Look, I used to go out without undies too.
I couldn't do it. The first thing my mama and grandmama told me when I was younger, this and you know what, a lot of people gonna resonate with this, is always make sure before you step out the house or anytime you step out the house, you have you a bra on and some clean drawers because you never know when you have to go to the hospital.
Yep. You don't have to worry about clean drawers if you're not wearing any.
Please, I couldn't do. I couldn't.
Oh gosh, I am guilty of that as well.
I would feel so dirty, and oh my God, I couldn't do it.
I felt free, Miss Milani.
Ain't that much free in the world, y'all. Calm down. You know, calm down.
Let's see, James. There's been a lot of scenarios where women will perceive honesty or bluntness as disrespect. So a lot of men are hesitant to be honest with them. Man's truth can be harsh. Yes, absolutely. They don't know what that looks like. They don't know what that honesty looks like. So,
yeah, but you know what? To his point, that's why it's important to have a father or a father figure in the home, because the father, I used to, I'm a daddy's girl. I was a dad, I'm a daddy's girl, but my father passed. And my dad was like harsh with me. I'll do my crying, whatever, whatnot. And he'll let me cry. And the first thing he'll tell me, he said, baby, he said, Daddy not trying to hurt you. I'm just letting you know how it is. So when you get older, you will know how to place yourself in certain scenarios. And it's really important to have the fathers there, because the father is the first one. Our dads are our first love as a girl. That's our first love. So with him being there, telling us A, B, C, D, and E, and working with us and showing us how to deal with our emotional state, it's beautiful when you have that. It's beautiful when you have that. But if you don't have it, and the woman never had been chastised by a father or a father figure, it would seem like you threatening her or you're controlling her because she didn't have that example as a little girl growing up.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to rock and roll on to the next question. This is for the ladies. Ladies, give an example, and you can come up if you like. Give an example of how you've been purposefully disrespectful towards a man. And this is a safe space. This is a safe space, everyone.
Yes.
Would you like to start, Miss O?
I'll let you start this time, sis.
Rolling my eyes and huffing and puffing. Oh my goodness, when I didn't get my way.
You turn into Brett.
Yep. Oh gosh. I'm trying to think of something else. I think going out, I was a waitress for a long time. So if anyone knows that kind of crowd, party all the time. I think going out with like my group of friends and coworkers without him, especially with certain coworkers, would cause some issues. But I'm like, okay, I'm going out anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I'm guilty of that. Absolutely. It's O.
I'm trying to see. It's some stuff. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna word this.
Yeah.
You're right about that because my husband he talking to me. He's like, I saw you roll your eyes. I didn't roll my eyes. He said you rolled your eyes when I said something. I'm like, no, I didn't. He was like, and then I said, oh dang, I did. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry because it's a lot of times with us, especially women, we're so used to expressing ourselves with other women. And then we think we can express ourselves the same way with our husband, and that don't work. And he was like, he looked at me like, excuse me. I'm like, what I do? He's like, you didn't roll your eyes when I said something. I was like, dang, I did. I was like, at first I was like, no, I didn't. You know, we in denial. We don't be accountable for nothing sometimes. I'm just gonna be honest. I wasn't accountable at all. I was like,
admit it.
He said so.
I did.
Right. So he said, oh, so in other words, you saying you didn't do anything, huh? I'm like, no, I didn't do it. Then I had to think about it. I was like, dang, because my husband not gonna lie to me about nothing. I said, dang, I said I did that. I said, I'm so sorry. I had to learn not to say my bad, because when you say my bad to your man, that is not good at all. That's still saying like my bad to your husband is the same as whatever. So I had to learn. I had to learn that. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm so sorry. I won't do that again. But you really have to catch yourself because we're so used to doing that with our family members, the females in our family, friends, the co-workers, and we can't turn it off when it comes to our husband. And we really have to watch that. Like, hold on a minute, like turn around, do like this to your face. Okay, okay, straighten that face up. But that's disrespect. That really is. We don't know we purposefully doing it, but we are. Just have to be careful on it.
Mm-hmm. Del Monte says all of them should get on video with this one. Del Monte said, get up there.
Yeah, come on, y'all. We need men and women because we have questions for the sisters and the brothers. So
Miss Milani dressing down. Listening to social media had me down the wrong path. I thought bras and panties were bad.
But you know, that's what they was pushing, sis, right? That's what they was pushing out there. They was pushing out there that the bras cause cancer. I remember this. Bras cause cancer. You seen all kinds of women. I'm looking at them like you wear a size F and you don't have no bra on. It's just swinging in the wind. I'm like, please put a bra on. That looks so tacky. Right along with them damn bonnets. I'm gonna be honest. I can't. They got new bonnets, y'all. I see new bonnets with some big bows on top of it. I told my husband, I said, look, if I see a woman wearing one of them damn bonnets, I'm snatching it off their head. I'm telling you, I'm snatching it right off. I don't care.
I guess I'm not gonna see you next week, Miss O.
Luckily, I don't get out much. I'm gonna be honest. Luckily, I don't get out much, y'all.
That's what happened.
Right. Because if I go out, somebody's bonnet getting snatched off. Watch.
Oh, goodness gracious. Start the revolution, bonnet revolution. Miss Anissa, I will only do it purposefully if he disrespected me first. It's in response. It could be challenging for us to be the bigger person.
Right. But sis,
because you hurting.
Right. But sis, I would tell you this. I'm not against what you're saying because of course we all feel that way. But 9 times out of 10, we really can kill them with kindness more than doing that tit for tat. And I'm saying this from experience because with my first husband, I was doing that. The tit for tat, he was very disrespectful in a lot of ways. And I learned to kill him with kindness. I know it's gonna hurt, but at the same time, you'll feel better in the end because when you start doing that, it'll escalate and you'll know what that man's spirit is. And that'll keep you out of certain situations because although we know our men, we really don't know them as far as their breaking points and what they're capable of doing. So we really have to be careful on that.
That's why it's so important to invest in that feminine superpower.
Mm-hmm.
Miss, let's see, Eble, forgive me. I give the death stare. Yes, I'm guilty of that too.
That's the wrong thing to be doing.
The death stare. But I got that from my grandmother. from my grandmama.
That's chest bumping. That's chest bumping visually. You don't want to see.
Yeah, that look of what you think you doing. And Miss Milani dressing down, lack of communication. Yeah, not speaking, saying I'm fine. I'm fine. Being secretive, no appreciation and gratitude, not paying attention to his feelings and emotional needs.
And that all falls under disrespect. A lot of it falls under disrespect. And we don't be knowing it because we're not, you know what I'm saying, especially if we haven't had and I'm gonna speak on the women because you know a lot of women just don't know how to communicate. What's the threshold when it comes to a man far as how we speak to them and how we react to when they say certain things to us. So you know it's like a catch-22. Really is. It's like a catch-22. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. But if you don't have that, if you don't have that there for you, you know, that example, how in the hell you're going to be able to move forward with a man? Because, like I said, that tit for tat going to leave you stagnant and it's going to cause a rift in the marriage. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to lead to a divorce. It's going to lead to a divorce, or either your husband going to step out or you're going to step out. And then once your spouse find out you didn't sleep around on them, then they do it. And then it's a tit for tat. And I'm telling y'all right now, that's the worst thing to do. I'm just saying, I know that's the worst thing to do. You really don't want to do that.
Absolutely. Let's see here. We have Miss Anissa. You teach people how to treat you. Some people you have to handle that way. LOL.
Just be careful, Anissa. That's the only thing I'm saying, baby. Just be careful.
Danica Marie, dope discussion. Pieces. I am subscribed. Thank you, Miss Danica.
Thank you, sis. I love you. That's my baby.
Miss Anissa, you have to know your person. Absolutely. And Miss Danica shared. 18, welcome. Everything Milani stated until I was taught better. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we have to be taught.
We have to be taught, or we have to have that desire to want to learn and get out there and research and, you know, try to associate with respectable women and
elder women that's actually married. Absolutely. Only way we're going to learn anything about how to deal with a husband is by dealing with an elder woman that's actually married. Sisters, do not go to a single woman, because it'll be a detriment to you. And I actually learned more about being a wife through married elderly women. And I'm talking about like 60. I had great aunts that was like 60, 70 years old that been with their husband since they were 18. Some of them was with their husband since they was 14 years old. And they used to tell me a lot. They said, although they had to deal with their husbands in the beginning with the infidelity, this, that, and the third, and everything, because they was learning each other. But afterwards, you know, the husbands, when they show kindness to their husbands, a lot of times those husbands be like, dang, I'm just doing this, that, and the third. And they will change. They will come around. You know what I'm saying? They will come around. And us as women, we be in a hurry. Like, you gonna change it. You gonna change it. Now you can't do that. You can't do that, because it's some things in us as women that we have to work on ourselves, because we have demons. We probably still have some male orbiters lingering in the background that we have to deal with. And you know, it's just like we have to give each other grace. But I'm not saying to be a fool for a man, because if he keep doing stuff back and forth and this and that and the third, walk away. Walk away. He's abusive and doing a whole bunch of stuff to you. Keep sleeping around. You don't want no STDs, AIDS, all of that. I advise you to walk away. But other than that, work with him.
Absolutely. So yes, 18, we have to learn to unlearn. And we are going to rock and roll on to the next question. Ooh, this is for the gentlemen. Gentlemen, give an example of how you were disrespected by a woman.
Now, this one, brothers, I really wanted y'all to come up for.
Yes, please. Hey,
Hey, we got a first one.
David.
Come on,
David,
brothers. We need
tell
some more. I want to hear this, please. Come on, brothers. Come on. Don't do us like this.
Oh, you gotta ask that question. How be disrespected?
That's
here we
right. Come on,
go.
brothers.
It's a safe space.
The rolling of the eyes, the talk back, looking down at you, trying to tell you what to do. I'll be honest, I told every girl before my ex-wife,
Mhm.
and I'm not a dictator. Don't try to tell me what to do. I don't play that game. I got an African background, so the men in my culture don't tolerate it, not one bit, and I witnessed it firsthand. So when a woman trying to tell a man what to supposed to do, I'm gonna look at you like,
You crazy.
You like who, me?
Oh gosh.
like I would ask them,
Oh,
Oh,
where'd you go, David?
come on back, David. Come
no,
on, brothers. We
I
need
didn't.
some more brothers on
No,
here.
that was
Okay.
BMU. That BMU being an ass. I'm just saying, like, that's how I am.
Oh, come on, bro.
No, because
Oh goodness.
when you go don't play, they don't play the kind of game that most of these guys are here, and I get it, I understand it, but they were teaching me something very, very different. I hear it in the YouTube too that men like to match energy with women, and I found out that's the wrong thing to do because the uncle I grew under, they wouldn't match in energy. They will look the woman in the eye like this, they will not say a word. She go, Rambo, after say, are you done? Is this out of your system? Is there anything you want to tell me? And you can tell from the look, she realized, like, oh, I effed up.
Mhm.
Feel foolish.
So I get it. And I kind of reached out to my elder and I asked him the question, like, what is the trigger? But he said, you have to lay down your foundation. You got to let them know what you will not tolerate. And I watched it for years. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a simple-minded person. I can take the beating, but I will give you a benefit of that. But when I see that you're taking a little bit too much of the advantage, the first thing I do a complete mental shutdown. I no longer allow you into my mind anymore. So you no longer exist here. If I cut you off here, the next day they'll be here in the heart. And once I cut you from both sides, you automatically being a victim. I don't care. Don't expect me to worry about you if you get injured because I will act like you do not exist. I was told by my mom I could be cold hearted. And yes, I have done that before. I made it seem like the person of it to the point whereby I don't care if you go to the emotional breakdown. I will not react to you. That's the kind of individual I am because if if I can show you respect but you show me disrespect, if you get hit by a car, I will not react. I will walk past you. That is how I look at them. And to me, respect is very critical. If anyone would disrespect me, just know that don't expect me to save you. I'm not going to save you. I could care less if my blood can save your blood. I would not waste it. I'll keep it pushing.
Mhm.
And people think I'm joking around. Saying, no, 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 no. My mom know me. My aunt know me. I could care less. You need a pastor beg me to forgive them. I'm gonna look them in the face. Do your wife treat you like that? Do your daughter treat you like that? No. But you want me to take that? Really? Not flying. I'm sorry. So I've been told I'm being cold hearted, I could care less. But to me, respect is very, very critical. If you cannot respect me, then everything else doesn't matter. That's
And
just
there
me.
we have it.
I'm not
And
gonna lie.
there we have it. And there we have it. And I'm sure that's the majority of the mindset of majority of men. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have some examples from our other brothers. Demonte Andre Taylor needs to be here. Not sure what that means.
Right.
We have Trey. Ooh, asked if I was gay because I didn't want to have sex. Called a B a ninja because I refuse
Oh,
to argue. Oh, that hurts. That
okay. That
hurts.
I
That
tried to forget that.
hurts.
I tried to forget that. That's another one. I don't know why women do that. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you turn down a woman, the first thing that you gay, and I got that a lot in my younger years. You gay? Or you not okay?
I don't understand that
I
one.
was called gay because I didn't have no baby mom in my 20s.
Hmm.
I was told that, and I was like, "Am I in the twilight zone? Like, what the hell is this?"
Mm, mm, mm.
I'll be honest though. Today's society, I can tell I'm not the crazy one. The world is the crazy itself. It's mostly retarded people who making up stupid ideology that I don't follow, so I could care less what they
Mhm.
think because that right there, what Trey said, I've experienced that, and that just didn't make no goddamn sense.
Mm,
You know what,
mm, mm,
David? What
mm.
I don't understand is this. These women calling heterosexual men gay, but they're the same ones that praise their gay best friends. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest on that one. They praise those gay friends of theirs, they gay best friends. Get it, girl, and all this other stuff. You don't see nothing wrong with them going on the rainbow side. But when it's a heterosexual man, you want to call him gay because you're in your feelings. And to me, that's wrong. You can't call your gay friend gay. How in the hell you gonna keep calling the heterosexual man gay? And we already know it's an insult. It's an insult because obviously it was something that this man presented that you didn't like, and that's hitting below the belt, and that is completely wrong. If a man, I never call a heterosexual man gay in my life, never, because that's a
Same
straight
here.
insult, and that is straight up disrespectful. And it's a lot of women, and I'm gonna say it's a lot of women, married women at that, that will call their husbands sissies. They'll call them gay. They'll say a whole bunch of stuff like, I'm like, wait a minute, but don't you have a gay best friend?
I had a lot of gay friends.
You know what I'm saying? I never have, but I'm just saying, don't you have a lot of gay best friends or gay friends? But yet, under the same breath, you reverence them, but you down your man. Make that make sense.
Mm, mm,
That
mm.
pisses me off. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. That really pisses me off.
We have Rebel 95. That one time she did it with me in front of my parents. That was rough. Did what with you?
Ooh, disrespect
Oh,
and
okay.
calling them stuff. Now that's one thing you mm. Look. If
Ay,
I
ay,
was,
ay.
I'm not a man, but if I was a man and you disrespect me in front, I'm a woman and don't take that. I'm a woman and don't take that. You're not about to disrespect me in front of nobody. It's a such thing as we wait till we get home and we talk about it. That is disrespect on both ends, especially when it comes to a man. You actually emasculating your husband in front of people. Come on now, do better. Do better.
So I'm going to read the other examples, but I want to prepare you all for the follow-up question of
Mm.
how, let's see here. How did those actions affect the relationship? I'm going to prepare you so y'all can go ahead and start putting those in the chat if you like.
Oh,
But we
come up to the
have,
channel,
yeah, oh,
brothers.
come
We
on
we
up.
really want y'all to come up here.
We
I was
have,
hoping y'all come up to the panel on these questions. Come on
we
now, don't be
have
shy.
boss man, destruction of property. Oh
Mhm.
my goodness
Oh yeah,
gracious.
ain't nothing like tearing up. Come on now, we already know women. I'm gonna say females because women don't do this. Females, a man. I seen a man break up with a woman, clean break. Next thing I know, and I said example. I said this on Danika's because Danika was talking about it earlier, and I put it in the chat. The females come and stalk the new woman's house. They call themselves forming alliances with your ex-girlfriends, ex-wives, or your side chicks. They come up to your
A
job, make
tag
you lose
team.
your job. Oh yeah. Oh, I was part of it in my first one. I'm telling y'all right now. Um, so They tear up a man's car. It's video upon video of women going into their ex-boyfriends or ex-husbands' homes, tearing up the house like they Medea, cutting the furniture in half. They do everything. They do everything. And it is sad. I'm like, y'all act like they act like they're toddlers. Come on now, grow the hell up, because take your L and get the hell on. Leave that man alone, because if it was reversed, come on, the men will call themselves doing a whole bunch of stuff. You be, oh, he did this, that, and the third. But I'm sorry, but I've seen a lot of women do this destruction of property more than I've seen men do it. I'm just gonna be honest on that.
Oh, I'm gonna read this one. Then we have Trey that just came into the stream. Let's see here. We have Boss Man CB yelled at and besmirched in public. Physical assault, dismissed when expressing any feelings or thoughts.
You was a prisoner. You was a prisoner. I'm so sorry you went through that. You was a prisoner. Nobody deserved to go through that. Nobody deserved to go through that.
Asked if I was gay because I'm a pretty boy, well kept. All right. What do you have to say, Trey? What do you have to say, Trey?
What's going on, ladies?
How you doing?
I'm good. Good.
Good.
So to answer your question, how did the actions affect the relationship? So here's the thing. A little bit of immaturity on my part, but I wanted to send a message to her. But it was, looking back on it, I could have handled it differently, obviously. But hindsight is 20/20, eagle vision when you look back on it. But I refused to have sex with her. We didn't have sex for like a year. I refused to have sex with her after that. After that comment. And the reason was, well, my thought process at the time was, like, you said that to hurt me. Like that, like you asked me if I was gay because you got rejected. You wanted to have sex. It didn't work out. You didn't get what you wanted. And then instead of trying to talk through it, you decided that you wanted to hurt me. And so my thing was, okay, you know what? Yeah, how about we just not have any sex? And it's funny because she always thought that like most men, you're weak for it and all of that. But she didn't realize, and I said this to her before, you have to remember, I did 2 tours in Iraq of over a year. There was no sex for over a year. I can go a pretty long time without it. I'll be all right because I've done it on multiple occasions while I was in the military. So this was nothing to me. And then, of course, the question was, well, this is a libido issue. No, it's not a libido. I love having sex, but I don't reward bad behavior. And that was terrible. That was a terrible thing to say. And it affected our relationship for a long time. Because here's the thing. I say this all the time. People talk about abuse. Physical abuse, I think, to some degree, does kind of wear off. To some degree. But that verbal abuse, it's painful. It lasts a long time because every time a scenario happens, it pops back in your head. If we walk by a rainbow flag walking down the street, what did I think? This woman thinks I'm gay. You know what I mean? Like it can always pop up. It can always pop up. And the other part of that is that her apology, and I'll end here, her apology to me wasn't sincere. I think she apologized because she just wanted the things to go back to the way they were because we were good and wanted to have sex. But I didn't believe her apology. I thought that it was just, like routine maintenance. Like she was just doing it because I just want to keep the peace. But I didn't feel the sincerity or that it was genuine. So we went a very long time. I want to say it was close to a year, but without having sex. And I didn't cheat on her either. I just shut down. I shut it down. And looking back on it, probably not the best way to handle it, but I shut down on it because I was like, what would make you ask that question? Nothing I've ever done has been even close to being homosexual. I don't act like it. I don't dress like it. I didn't get it. So the only thing I could come up with is that you said that to hurt me. You intentionally tried to hurt me on purpose by essentially saying that I would rather sleep with a man than sleep with her.
Ouch.
Trey, I have to say this because I did hear this. A lot of men, when they're being disrespected, I just say it this way. I heard your stuff don't get hard when it's a disrespectful woman. This is what I was told by a lot of men. They will not
Same
have
for
sex
me.
with you. They will not. It's the same with women. If we get disrespected, first thing we be like, oh, he ain't getting none tonight. So when it comes to a man, he's saying, oh, you ain't getting none tonight because you disrespect me. You happen to be gay. You happen to be gay. But the men don't say, oh, you must be thinking about somebody's cat because you don't want to give it up to me. But you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. She knew that she was in the wrong, and we have to learn too, especially when it comes to these men. We disrespect them. They not when a man make love to his wife, when he make love to his wife, he thinking good things. But let him call himself making love to you and he remembers some crap that you did or some disrespect you did. He ain't gonna wanna, he's not gonna want to be intimate with you. That don't make him gay. That means we have to look within ourselves and see what the hell we did wrong and why our husband is not desiring us.
Yeah, absolutely. We have James. Oh, okay. Generally, things like manipulation, scheming, passive aggressiveness are large forms of disrespect because they come from a position that you're unintelligent. Oh, yes. Yes, little things like that to make it.
Hold on 1 minute, Alyssa. James, there is a link in there. Black Men Unfiltered have it. He had put it in there. You have to scroll up, but you will see it.
Let's see.
Oh, my husband here.
Del
Hi,
Monte. Oh, how you doing? How you doing? Del Monte dropped her A off on I-70 at 3 a.m. Ooh. All right, Del Monte, not playing. Not playing.
Oh.
Let's see. Abel, I have guy friends who bad breakups with females, and one took a tire iron to his vehicle, knocking out all his windows. Yes, destruction.
Yeah, I want
I bust the windows out your car, literally, huh?
Thinking of the song.
Yeah, I was gonna speak on that as somebody who took hundreds of destruction of property DV reports. I always tell men, never have an argument at your place and never have an argument with a woman near your stuff.
Yep.
Always have the argument at her place and near her stuff. So if she want to break something, let her break her own shit. Don't let her be it, because they will just. There was a girl, I don't know if you guys ever saw this video. There was a girl, he was breaking up with her, and she literally tore the house up. She was knocking TVs off the wall. You know what I'm talking about, Mrs. O? She was talking. Yeah. You never ever have these fights. You do them in public or you do them at her house, but you never do them at your house, because she will destroy something. She'll break something. And I'm saying this as a man who's had his car keyed, who's had his windows bust out. But then again, I probably deserved it. I was wild back in the military. I probably had
unhinged.
Well, you're admitting it. That's the part. I broke something of mine. Once. Like a vase. That was mine. I was upset.
Crazy.
Right.
Not anyone else's property. Golly. Let's see. Del Monte, there was a woman that set her ex's paralyzed mother's house.
Yep. That was here in Detroit.
Oh, on fire?
Yep. He broke up with her. And she called herself, what happened, sis? She called herself, he broke up with her. She called herself going to the house. She ended up spending 75 cents to get some gas. She ended up going to the home, throwing it, Molotov cocktail, whatever they call it, throwing it at the house. She knew he was not there. Other people was able to get out, but his mother was not able to get out because she was paralyzed. And she had the nerve to sit in the car while the home was burning, and called him and said, "Your house is on fire."
What happened to her?
She's in jail. She's in jail.
Okay,
she's in jail.
In jail hell. Golly.
She's in jail.
Let's see here. From seeing all types around me, wanted no part of it, and had brothers and male cousins who protected. Let's see here. We have any other scenarios? Let's see here. Boss man, she was trying to tap into your ego to get you to have sex.
Yep, that's exactly
Hey,
what
old school. Let's see. All right. Reciprocating love is required. Without love between a man and a woman, there is no respect. Black's Lexicon. And all right, so we have another follow-up question. So we have, how did these actions affect your relationship? What did you learn from it? Trey, what did you learn from those scenarios?
that not having sex with her hurt me probably more than it hurt her.
Really? Do you mind me asking how?
I mean, looking back on it, like I said, it wasn't the proper way to handle it, right? What I learned from it is that what I should have done is had a real conversation with her, and I did eventually, but I didn't have it at the moment or the subsequent days after. I should have had a conversation with her to explain to her that type of insult that could lead to me walking away from you, and that's what I should have let her know. I should have been more. It's funny because while I'm straightforward, there are times, especially in relationships, where I'm a stonewaller. I just rather not talk. Like I do majority of my talking to y'all. Like in my real life, I don't chit chat like this. I don't do all this. Like it so when she would do stuff like that, my thing was, all right, and I just like walk away. And if I need to say something, I say what I say. I need to say really quickly. Then I kept it moving. Most of the time I wasn't one of one. That's where the bitch ass, ninja thing comment came from, is because she wanted to have this conversation, which I explained to her that, no, you want to argue. I don't want to argue. And I'm refusing to argue. You want to have a conversation that's different. What I learned from it is that the communication, you have to tell these women, like, yo, like this, listen, that's not going to fly. And if that happens again, you're out of here. Like, you're gone. And that's what I learned from it.
So I'm assuming this was the first and last time this happened.
Yeah. She never said anything like that ever again. As a matter of fact, we never had any issues verbally after that.
Okay.
She was extremely respectful when it came to expressing how she felt after that. Because I pretty much had let her know, like, yo, it's nothing for me to pack my shit up and roll out. Like I can live by myself. I'm fine. Nothing. You know what I mean? Our relationship fell apart for other reasons. It had nothing to do with what she was saying. Not in a verbally abusive way. But I think that she understood that I wasn't playing about that. Like, that's not to say things like that. Like I said, that's intentional. You're really trying to hurt somebody, where I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings by not having sex with you. I legitimately just didn't feel like having sex. And I don't know why you would want me to go in there and give you 20. I guess 20% is better than nothing. Then I don't know, because you wasn't gonna get what you really wanted. You know what I'm saying? So like, my thought process is, I'm the type of guy, if I can't give you what you're looking for, I'd rather not. I just wasn't in the mood. If I remember correctly,
quality over quantity.
Exactly. If I remember correctly, I had worked like a 16, 17-hour day or something like that. Like, I had worked my shift and then worked overtime, and it was like in the middle of the summer, and I think we had 2 shootings that day. I was exhausted.
Ooh.
I was just plain old flat out exhausted. But what happened was, and this is the thing, Alicia, I did this to myself because I never stopped me before. Because I would come home and just
okay,
we would get it in. So I guess in her mind, she was just like, well, that ain't never stopped you before. Like, what's going on? And that's why when she made the comment, I'm like, this is so left field. It doesn't make any sense. That's what made me realize, like, no, you just said that because you wanted to dig at me. You wanted to say something to hurt my feelings because you didn't like the rejection. And if I remember correctly, this was the first time too that I had said nah. And you have to remember, a lot of these women, Alicia, they're raised to believe that men always want sex. Men don't ever say no, which couldn't be further from the truth. I've said no on several occasions. Like, I say it all the time, pussy don't run my life. So just because you open your legs to me don't mean I'm just, I got to hop and dive in it because I'm a horny bastard. Like, no, like, that's not how it works for me. Maybe other guys, but that's not how it works for me.
Yeah, that's what I believe. That's what I believe as well, that men always want it. They're always ready to go. And I've heard that I've heard that and experienced it from men. And I once in my my marriage, my husband was working quite a bit, and I don't want to put him out there, but he came home. He was exhausted. It seemed like a similar situation. He was exhausted, and I was like, "What? And I just waited. He told me tomorrow, and I waited till like 12 in the morning. I was like, "Okay, it's technically tomorrow." I was like, "What?" We worked it out, but I think that was the first time I experienced that. Where he just was tired.
Yeah,
you gotta
usually as us ladies.
Yeah, you gotta remember, a lot of women don't get rejected sexually. I mean, they could be in their 30s the first time it ever happens. You gotta think of the moment they started having sex, from what age it was. A man has never said, "No, I don't want to have sex with you." And then you get into this relationship and you're in your mid-30s, you've never heard that, and the man is like, "Nah, I'm cool."
It'd be shocking.
It's like, wait, what?
So we have a follow-up question about the different scenarios. So what did we learn from it? Were those scenarios redundant? Trey, you said that particular situation only happened that one time. Were there any other disrespectful circumstances that will repeat themselves?
No, not in the
nipped it in the bud.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like I said, when I do decide to speak, but typically, we handle it. And I'm not as, I know people would think like I'm very like black and white and put my foot down. I'm not. I'm more so solution oriented in a relationship. Like, all right, how do we get past this and keep it moving, right? Because I believe the relationship's gonna go through ups and downs. There's no way you can put two people around each other and ain't nothing ever gonna happen. That's just not realistic.
Weird.
Yeah, that's just not realistic, right? So I'm more solution based. Most cases, no, it doesn't happen. But here's the thing, Alicia, I always let the woman know, if it does, you don't have to worry about communicating because we're done. Like, I always let them know, like, I'm not. My uncle always taught me, never give a woman a second chance to finish the job. He used to tell me that all the time. Never give a woman a second chance to finish the job. So if I told you or I warned you, hey, this disrespect won't be tolerated, and you go back and do the same thing again, yeah, you won't get. They don't need to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. We don't need to discuss it because I told you the first time that this won't be tolerated. So to just move on.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Del Monte. I'm trying to knock kidneys are loose.
You know what I'm doing.
Is that okay? Okay, that's what I thought it was. All right. Thank you for sharing, Del Monte. Boss man CB, that's the way it goes when you're not in a committed relationship. Yeah. All right, let's see. We are moving on. Well, it's essentially another follow-up question, number 7. How did those relationships cease? So, I mean, how did those scenarios cease? And Trey, you essentially answered it. You cut it off. Communication, and if not, communication doesn't work. Yeah, move on. Keep it rolling, rocking and rolling.
Keep it moving.
Yeah, I think a lot of men don't understand that your power, a woman's power is her femininity, but as a man, your power is to get the fuck up and walk away, leave. And, don't be afraid to block them. I mean, I blocked women. I blocked phone numbers, IGs. When I'm done with you, I'm done with you. Like, there's no coming back. There's nothing you can say, because I think that I'm pretty fair most of the time. The only career I've had was built on being fair. So I think I'm a pretty fair man in the sense of, if you can explain why you did or what you were feeling at the moment that made you say some disrespectful shit, and then I'll listen to it. I'll entertain it, and we can see where we can go from there. But there are some women out there that think that, well, I said I was sorry and that should be good enough. No, your sorry is just the beginning. Your behavior is the actual apology. The change behavior is the actual apology, not what you said. And I think a lot of women don't understand. I think even some men don't understand. All these guys who cheat on their girls and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry," but then you go right back and do it again. It's like, were you really sorry, bro?
No,
you probably wasn't sorry,
bro. Caught. That's all it was.
Yeah, sorry, it was caught.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
That's it.
Welcome, Smitty's Corner. Welcome. And do we have James in the audio?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello,
Hi.
James. Yes, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
Very
All right.
well, very well. What do you have to share, sir?
I kind of want to piggyback off of what he just said. One of the things that are very disrespectful is like you'll have a lot of issues with some women, but they refuse, like they know there's a problem and they know that they've actually disrespected you, but they would not, or they would just refuse to actually admit to you what they actually did was wrong. Like they
Mm,
refuse to apologize.
Yep.
And that's just very disrespectful. They'll just kind of glaze over it.
that's impossible for some people.
Especially women.
It's impossible. Admitting that they're wrong. Oh my gosh.
That's like pulling teeth out of a
That's the
tiger's
big one.
mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see
Wow.
here. We are going to rock it on. Oh, to the next question. Number 8. At what age do you believe Black boys begin to feel disrespected by women? What are some of the first experiences you've had?
At a very early age, I'm telling you right now, I'm talking about preteen, like 8, 9. Your mothers, your aunts, yeah, your mothers, your aunties, your grandmothers, they disrespect you. They do it a
Mm,
lot. Sometimes it's unintentional, sometimes it is intentional. They like to little boy you, they like to insult your intelligence. They make it seem like, let's say for a fact, something is right, but they'll be like, oh, you know what, don't worry about it. Oh, it isn't. Or you know what, they'll have friends that they'll tell, okay, just don't worry about him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Or,
dismissive.
very dismissive and passive aggressive. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. It happens
Crazy.
at a very young age.
Mm-hmm.
Black man said 3 years old. Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree with James. Right, probably right around 5, 6, or 7. I've seen so many mothers just straight shit on their kids in public.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I just sit there and go, why? Why are you doing that to that boy? You know what I mean? And one of the things that used to drive me insane when I was in law enforcement, the women would tell their young boys, if you don't do right, I'm gonna tell the officer right there. I'm gonna tell him. It used to drive me up a wall. I used to hate that. And I would have to go over there and go tell that young kid, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. If you ever need me, call me. You know what I mean? I'm one of those type situations. So I think it happens I would agree with James. Very early, 6, 7, 8. You see some of these mothers and you can tell it's all stress. She's overwhelmed, she's stressed, and she's taking it out on the kid. And you can kind of put 2 and 2 what the scenario is. Father's probably not around, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever the case may
Or
be.
they don't like the father.
Or they don't
Because
like
it's a
the
lot of
father.
times.
Or
Yep.
let me tell you one of the most disrespectful comments a mother can make. You look like your daddy.
I knew it. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Alicia, that is so disrespectful.
I knew it was
You look
coming.
like your dad. All you are simply
Yep.
saying is that I don't like your father, and you remind
There's
me of
usually
all
some-
the bad things about your father.
Yep, that's what they're using some negative adjectives in there.
And you know what? To make it so bad,
Trifling or whatever it
it
be.
always go towards the father. Because if you notice, if a woman actually loves the father or like the father, they treat that kid differently than and I'm talking about women that have multiple baby daddies. I've seen it. They'll treat that kid nice, but if they have a child by a man that they despise, they hate because of God knows what, they treat them like crap. I've seen it I've seen it all my life. And I'm talking about like neighborhood kids. I used to hear the women talking about, so you ain't gonna be ish because your daddy ain't ish. You know what I'm saying? And they just actually lower their son's self-esteem to where when he get out there, he wouldn't even know what love is because he's so used to being mistreated from his mother.
We watched a video the other night of the young man who was paying all the pretty girls' bills and all that. Y'all remember that? So that's typically what men whose mothers verbally abused them as children. That's how they grow up.
He was really troubled.
Yeah, they grow up without a spine because mama took the spine when he was 8. She took it away from him. She didn't push him into a. One thing I have to give my mother credit for, I don't always agree with her. I have to give her credit. She never pushed me to be weak. It was always to be stronger. And she sent me down to my uncle's house where he taught me how to chop wood and cut grass and all that type of stuff, man stuff. She always told me to be stronger. I think I got to give her credit for that. But when this is what we typically get when we get these grown men, these 22-year-olds, and we're like, yo, why are you so weak? Well, his power was taken from him when he was a kid. When he was a young boy, his mother belittled him, and she degraded him when he was younger. So he just thinks this is just how women are supposed to treat me, because the woman I love the most, this is how she treated me.
Absolutely. And that leads to the follow-up question, is that how does this affect the boys as they become a young man? How does it affect their self-esteem and their future relationships? We have Boss Man saying he felt that disrespected at 13, Black lexicon. As you get older, if you love your father, you will realize it was a compliment of honor of your father pushing you to be stronger, or your mother pushing you to be stronger. But how do you all feel that it's made? How do you feel that? Blah, 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 excuse me. How has it impacted your self-esteem and your relationships as a young man or a man in general?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the problem is that growing up in a female-dominated environment, you don't really have the tools to deal with a lot of problems from a man's perspective. So when you grow up with your self-image and the way you see yourself and the way you see the world and the way you see your future is not, you don't see yourself from a position of strength, and you're always looking for approval. Like, let's say your mother was very moody. Boys tend to like try to accommodate their mother because they're very moody. Okay, if we see that she's mad or sad, okay, let's do this, and maybe she'll change her mood or her behavior. The way that affects you growing up, you become the kind of man who's just always trying to accommodate the woman. Okay, if you need this, I'll always be there for you and all this other stuff. But as you get older, you can tend to see that that's not very effective. So that's one way it actually affects you once you get older. You see what I mean?
And I can see that can lead to a lot of disrespect, whereas the woman tends to feel and walk all over a man when they see that they are so accommodating.
Exactly. And so, like, you respond with it either generally in two ways. One, you'll be, like you said, someone who can be walked all over, or you go in the opposite direction and you try to assert your dominance in a very overt way.
Oh, yeah, aggressive, which can lead to abuse. Okay.
Because women, they disrespect you, but like, it's never most women will disrespect you in a very passive aggressive and covert type of way, where you may not be able to pinpoint exactly how she's actually doing it, but you know she's doing it. But to actually say it through words makes you look weak. So they're always playing that game with you. But it frustrates a lot of men. So you react to it in a very overly aggressive way, which that could also be used to make you look like or paint you as the villain in the eyes of someone else.
And I agree with you on that one. But you know what that's called? That's called narcissistic mothers. It's a lot of mothers that's narcissists. And to make it so bad, they just take all the self-esteem out of their sons. They really do, and that's sad. But it's a narcissistic mother.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of that. I also want to throw something else at you guys. It hurts your ability to vet. It hurts your ability to actually be able to determine whether or not this is a good woman or not. A lot of guys, whether they want to admit it or not, are looking for something that's close to their mother, or they're looking for the complete opposite of their mother. I remember having a conversation with a woman one time, and I could tell she was a little bit of a pill. I could tell she was an older woman, but I could tell, I was like, yeah, this woman is off her rocker. And when more and more I started having a conversation with her and talking to her about her kids, she had 2 sons, and both of them, she was Black, but both of her sons had decided to go marry white women. And she couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure out why it was that way. And the reason why it was that way, and I had to tell her, I was like, it's because of you. They wanted nothing that even resembled you. They want to get as far away from you as possible. So the vetting process of being able to actually choose a good woman gets affected based on what's happened and the way you were raised.
Ladies, I hope y'all are listening.
And that
y'all listening to these brothers.
That is so true. Hold on 1 minute, sis. If you guys like our content, please send a cash app to Alicia at Hunting Wisdom or me, Mrs. O at Mrs. O Show.
Thank you, Mrs. O. Thank you. Hello, Miss Miranda. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, yes.
There we go. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? Oh, you're wearing my color.
Oh yes, thank you. I'm like, I need to find a shirt.
Yes.
And like, if anyone else has an issue where you're trying to make sure you don't wear the same shirt like twice on the line.
So you're gonna see a few of mine because I don't have a lot of sounds funny, weird. I don't have a lot of clothes. I don't have a big wardrobe, so
Thank you for joining us, sis.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Have you heard the entire stream?
Not the entire stream today, no. But I kind of caught a little bit of it just now.
Okay.
But what is the overall premise? Is it the question right there on the screen?
Yes. Do husbands really require respect? And we're talking about the respect. We're talking about different experiences that we've had, how we can improve, what we've learned from them. And now the main question was, the gentlemen were giving examples of how they were disrespected by women. And then we got down to their childhood and when they started to have those experiences as young men and boys, and now we're on how it affects their future relationships and their self-esteem, which was really surprising to me. Trey just mentioned that it greatly affects the vetting process when looking for a woman. So that's what we just left off.
Okay.
Do you have any questions or anything you'd like to share?
I would say I've been recently thinking about doing a series about childhood, because one thing for sure I know, your childhood kind of sets the framework for how you see the world and how you move about things. And depending on what you have experienced in your childhood will in fact show in your relationships, especially your marriage. Like I'm not married, but I can only imagine how that could really be like an important factor when you're living with somebody on a day-to-day basis.
We don't realize how much trauma we have.
Right.
It reveals itself unexpectedly.
Yes.
Right. Let's see.
Before we go into another question, we will have to do another video because we still got.
Oh yes, look, I forgot all about the videos.
We got to get those. We have to get those videos in.
I should be able to connect my.
Here's what a woman says. A man can say something and a woman can say something, but it hurt 10 times more when that woman says. A woman can tell you something and break you down. A woman can tell you something that put chills on you. A man cares what a woman says. A man can say something and a woman can say something, but it hurt 10 times more when that woman says. A woman can tell you something and break you down. A woman can tell you something that put chills on you.
Gentlemen, is it that powerful?
Yes.
Is it that powerful?
I'm a sister, and I will tell you, as women, our mouths are dangerous. We do not know how to hold our tongue. We very snappy. We can cut you 2 ways into Sunday. We have a mouth on us, and we really have to curb that. We really have to curb that.
Here's the caveat, Alicia and Mrs. O. Here's a caveat. If we care about you, if we care about you and we love you and you talk to us, it can destroy us because we're not expecting that from y'all, right? We're not expecting that type of disrespect. Don't get me wrong. Listen, shit happens in relationships, and you every now and then you boil over. You say something you probably didn't mean to say. It's going to happen, right? But there's a time where some things that some women say to you, where she's intentionally this came from her soul. She meant this. she meant what she said. And you know she meant what she said when she said it. Now, if it's a woman who you don't care anything about, she can say whatever she wants. It's water off her duck's back. Nobody cares. But when you start to develop these feelings, and when I say feelings, I mean this man is willing to lay down his life. He truly cares for you. We don't expect that type of disrespect coming from a woman. We don't expect for you to say that. One thing I will say, men, when we deal with each other, and Kevin Samuels talked about this a lot. When we deal with each other, there's always a line. There's always a line we're not willing to go past unless you're ready to fight. We know that it could get physical. We know that it's going to go that route. I very rarely see that with women when they're dealing with men. However, they do know that line when they're dealing with women. Because see, a woman can punch you in the mouth, right? It's fair game. But for some reason, when they deal with men, it's like, I got to let these hands fly. I got to let them go because I got the law to back me up. I got this to back me up. He can't really do much to me. I'm going to let it go. And if I don't hurt your feelings too damn bad, you're a man. You're supposed to be tough anyway. And you have to realize that when we get to that point of wanting to be vulnerable with you, wanting to tell you what's going on in our life, caring about you, we're letting you into a certain space. You have to protect that. You have to hold on to that. And when you don't, this is how you create these men who running around doing whatever they want to do to whomever they want to do it to. And if you really dig deep into their past, you'll find out that some woman at some point in time, back in 9th grade, 10th grade, 12th grade, whatever, college, freshman year, somewhere down there, he really loved this girl. And she said something that was damaging to him and he never recovered from it.
Right. Facts. He hit.
Listen, I hope you're listening, ladies. I hope you're listening, ladies.
Ooh.
I hope you're listening.
And Alicia, real quick, one more thing. This is why you get, because remember, everything has a cause and effect. So now you get a bunch of men that go onto YouTube, and what are they telling the men? Don't be vulnerable with women. Now they telling you, they're telling, hey, Shaq was asked the question, and Shaq even said, don't do that because she's going to use it against you. So now what we're doing is we're creating a barrier within the communication. Now we got another barrier between the communication simply because we had a small group that decided to take advantage of a moment when a man was actually being vulnerable with you or whatever the case may be. You women have a special skill besides your sexuality, your sensuality, your levels of seduction and your femininity. That shit that come out y'all mouth. Oh my goodness. Y'all can't listen. Ships have been sailed on waters and wars have been waged based on things women have said and done. You have power. You have power of the tongue. It is a big deal, especially when a man cares about you.
All right. Ladies, again, I hope you're listening.
We're gonna read some comments, sis, and then we'll get to another video.
All right.
And then we get to that next question.
That lady in yellow is actual on the panel. Yes. World class welcome. Person.
Like, oh my God. No, the world class. No, behave.
The mouth speaks from the abundance of the heart.
Yeah.
What's the saying? Drunk something, sober mind. Drunk.
A drunk tells the truth. Now I'm gonna say this: when you run across a female that's drunk and she called herself saying everything out that mouth, I'm gonna tell you, believe it. My grandma always told me a drunk tells the truth.
Yep.
And the sober man always lie. She always told me that. I'm gonna be honest. That's exactly what she said.
Wow. I think that's true. The same thing. I think it's true as well when people get angry and they say certain things or they lash out. I personally believe there's some truth in that as well.
Showing true colors. Shining through.
All it takes is them to let them keep going and talk. Whatever their true feelings come out, you be like, oh, I can't believe. Oh, you really felt that way about me? Oh, okay, right. But yeah, pay attention.
And we had there it is. Thank you, Red Rebel 95. Exactly what Trey said. This is what happens, gentlemen. Be careful when you expose something personal in your life, where your woman can use it against you during an argument.
Now that is, and you know what? That's sad that a lot of women do that. It's to me, when a woman does that, they actually showing that they really don't care about their husband when they, you know what I'm saying? Because men, it takes a lot for a man to actually talk to you and express themselves to you, because they've been burnt by so many women. They tell them this, that, and the third about them, and these women use it against them. So when they run across the right one, they don't even know how to articulate that because they've been burnt. Right. And it's like, and you know, us women, you know, especially wives, we feel like, oh, so you was able to tell somebody this and that third, why you can't tell me? They've been burnt so much to where they don't even know who to trust.
Mm-hmm. True. Very true. I think the same thing though, like I think it can kind of be like an even discussion when it comes to women, because I think we kind of are prepared throughout life to expect people to say rude things to you, or expect to basically be treated nasty, and expect to also be told that you're being like overly emotional or you're overreacting when certain situations happen. So I think we on a woman's end, we receive more backlash when it comes to words and things that can kind of like hurt you in a way, whether it's usually starting with your physical appearance, you know, when it comes to how you should present yourself or how you look or where you are on the beauty scale. Sometimes even just dealing with that small bracket alone can cause a lot of hurtful words to be said to you as well. And now you have insecurities and you don't want to really deal with them and face them head on when you're in relationships. And I think the flip side to that coin too, as well, as far as like the woman that, you know, well, we all have it in us to, you know, cut a man down. But I think that ammo is intensified when it's coming from a woman that has been hurt herself. And she really just wants to lash out and say as much as she can to tear you down. So I don't know. I think it could be definitely a double-edged sword when it comes to just words in general. And yeah.
But you know what I have to say? I hear you on that, sis, but we as women have to learn that the man that we're with don't have anything to do with the other men that hurt us. You know what I'm saying?
True.
We have to
definitely be challenging to separate
discern that. Yeah, we have to actually discern that, and really before we even get involved into a relationship, especially a marriage, we really have to work on those traumas and get the help we need, so that way we don't carry that baggage on to the next person, because that's not fair for them. It's the same like when it comes to a husband when he marry a wife, you know, have a wife. He cannot, you know, it's gonna be hard, but if you haven't worked on yourself, all that trauma you had with past relationships gonna be put on, you know, the current wife or the current husband, and it don't work out that way. So we really have to work on ourselves. That's why I was, you know, you wasn't here, sis, but I was telling everybody you actually have to vet people more than a year, so that way you'll have enough time to work on yourself. Because if you don't work on yourself, how in the hell a marriage gonna work out?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Therapy for all.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Definitely therapy for all.
Let's see. Black lexicon, but a man's tongue can rise to a higher level, unfortunately. Oh yes. Oh yes. I still feel a sting for certain things that men who I've loved said about me, said to me. I still feel that sting, and like I said, therapy for all, including myself.
You'd be surprised though, like with the video. I agree with what the video said about a woman does have a sharp tongue, but you'd be surprised how many men just hold back, like how many men just don't want to do that. They just do not want to do that to their women, you know. They just don't want to reciprocate that kind of energy. But man, I'm telling you, a lot of dudes are very nice. A lot of dudes are very patient.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes are very patient. I'm telling you, but they can say some things that are, man, because I know what these women be saying. And like, I know what they say. But man, I tell you, if a man just sat down and was just like, you know what, we're going to just release the brakes, trust, it just won't be a pretty sight for anybody. But you'd be surprised how many men are just tolerant and patient, really. I mean, you know, because no man wants to see a woman like that. You know, no man wants to, you know, hurt a woman, really, especially if they care about them. But you'd be surprised.
But at times we have to, as women, especially wives, we have to learn that, because with us, we are more emotional, and you men are more logical, and we have to learn this. If we don't expect our husbands to talk to us any kind of way, why in the hell are we talking to them any kind?
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing we as women say, well, he said this to me, but sis, what did you say to him to get that response? You know what I'm saying? It was something you said that just triggered him in order for him to say something to you, and you really have to sit back and reflect and be like, do some self-reflecting, like where did this come from? Where his, as far as his talking points, where did this come from? You really have to sit back and listen, and think about it like, oh, okay, and then be a woman enough to apologize, like, that's not what I meant, and explain. If you don't do that, that man gonna always carry what you said, and you never gave an explanation on why you said it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mrs. O, this is the one thing where I say that our community is hurting, because so we talk about generational wealth. Everybody loves these buzzwords, these generational wealth buzzwords. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we forget is that a part of the generational wealth is the traditional things that are passed down, or the information, knowledge, and wisdom that's also passed down. Yeah. So I bring that up to say that when a woman sort of starts talking sideways to her, significant other, whomever, it typically should be the mother or the grandmother or the auntie, somebody that's wiser to say, don't talk to your man like that. Don't talk to your husband like that. And that's something that's missing in our community, because there's nobody to say, hey, no, you don't talk to him that way. And vice versa. As a man, there's no pop or anybody to say, hey man, you don't do that to your lady. You don't talk to her like that. You don't do that to your lady. Right. So it's something that our community is sorely missing. And I watch a lot of like gangster Italian movies, right? Mm-hmm. And there's always some like uncle or some dad to kind of reel in the younger guys to teach them, like, hey, we don't do that. You know what I mean? We don't do that. And there's always an older lady, whether it be an auntie or a grandmother or somebody, to say, hey, this is how you treat your man. So that's something to think about when we see these women that don't really know what to say and how to go about it. It's like, well, did anybody teach her? Does she know that what she's doing is not proper or respectful?
Unaware.
Yeah. A lot of them are unaware, but at the same time, too, if you look at it, grandmothers are not grandmothers anymore. They are like 60-year-old women that's actually 20-year-old women. They out here thotting it up. They just living life. They up in clubs. They up in the clubs with their granddaughters, their daughters. It's like we just lost that family unit. Because when I grew up, I'll be 50 next month. So when I grew up, we had a community of everyone and everybody's business. If the neighbors saw the kids out of line, oh, you got whooped. The parents, they say nothing. We got whooped. You know what I'm saying? We had the elder women in the neighborhood telling the younger sisters, baby, you don't need to do that. We had big mamas. Like I knew my great grandmother, I knew my grandmother, I knew all my great aunts, aunties. But what I seen was my great aunts had more wisdom than my aunties, because my aunties was phasing into that hot girl era. I'm just being honest, because we had them back then. That we had the aunties that was out there just doing what they doing, living life. But the great aunts, they was the ones, the pillars, and right along with the grandmothers and the great grandmothers. You had that example. They all were married. They had families. They even had jobs. I don't know what's up with these women talking about something. The women back then didn't have jobs. Yes, they did. They had jobs, but they still knew their role and they still knew their place, because their husbands was the head of their household. They made sure when they made it home from work, they had a full-time job. The house was still clean. They were still cooking. You cannot find a lot of women that know how to can. You cannot find a lot of women that don't know how, they don't even know how to garden. They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to do any of that stuff. Nothing. But back then we was able to have that because we had the women back then showing us how to sew, how to clean, how to cook, how to take care of ourselves, how to take care of our bodies. You don't have that now because the women of today, They thinking more of themselves, and they not even thinking about those babies. I know a lot of you probably seen a lot of these neglectful women. They go out partying and stuff. They got their babies up in cars, hot ass cars, while they working at a strip club or while they clubbing. It's a lot of stuff, but we don't see that because a lot of things we don't see because this world been turned upside down. And two, we already know it's by design because a lot of our people, they following the feminist, the feminist thing. That feminist thing was for the white women. That was not for us. We jumped on a bandwagon thinking, oh, so they doing. My thing is this: how in the hell women, black women in general, are mad at white women when you the same women that's following behind white women's rhetoric?
Mm-hmm. But a lot of them don't know that though. Sadly,
no, they don't. But you know what, sis? They know it. They just don't give a damn because anything. I'm just telling you, anything to degrade the black man, they is on board with it. But I'm like this: we were made together. First it was the man, then it was us. We supposed to stick by our men, and it's a damn shame that a lot of us don't. And then I'm finding out that a lot of black women. Oh, did y'all see that black wife? Whatever hell they got with the white men. You mean to tell me you would stick it out with a white man that's a bum, but you can't stick it out with a black man that's working? Make sense. That black wife effect, that stuff that's going on TikTok.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm surprised. I'm all about TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah, I've seen that, man. That stuff is crazy. Like they'll start the relationship out, and the guy it'll be like some white guy or Asian guy, and he's like down out, bummy looking. And then 5 years, 6, 7 years later, he's up, he's doing good, he's dancing, he's got swag, he's cool, he's all this other stuff. It's crazy. You should see it.
The man bun with the little dog.
Change your algorithm.
All they're basically saying is that you actually wanted a black man. You really wanted a black man deep down inside.
Right.
So much so that you changed him.
You
transformed him. You had him go through a metamorphosis. I want to say something.
Oh, blackface now.
Mrs. O, real quick, I want to your point. Right. We always forget that those white feminist women, they went home to their husbands.
Oh yeah.
They always leave that part out. Yeah, they always leave that part out. They went home to their husbands.
Yep. And they put the black women in the trick bag. They just needed us as numbers.
That was more about equality as far as wages and things of that nature. And nothing that they wasn't about to give up their men. That wasn't what it was about.
But brother, is one thing that the white women never said. We don't need our men. We on the other hand say we don't need our man. We don't need them for nothing. But guess what? You need somebody because you got that government daddy taking care of you. There's a lot of women around here talking about they make $100,000 a year. No, you don't. No, you don't. We already know that you probably don't. I'm not gonna knock women that actually need Section 8, this, that, and the third, whatever. But that stuff's supposed to be a stepping stone till you get to where you need to be. That's not supposed to be something that you own for the rest of your life. And they call themselves, oh, I don't need no man. But yes, you do. You got government zaddy. That's your man, baby.
It's an asinine statement in the sense of men need men. So if I, as a man, need a man, I know your ass need a man. Like, it's an asinine statement. If my house catch on fire, I'm hoping that a bunch of big burly ass men show up with beards and drag me out of the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody kicked in my door, I don't want no disrespect to the ladies, but I don't want no little dainty little women coming to come deal with this problem. I want some big buff dudes that's gonna come handle business. So if the men need men, I like electricity and I like water and I like my heat. Right? There are men that are controlling that infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. So if there are men that are doing that, if I, as a man, need a man, I know you need a man.
But you know what? To your point, I seen a video of this big burly dude. He was a brother, big burly dude, and they had 5 female cops on him. He was dragging their ass. He was dragging them. They were like, hold on, you under arrest. He like under arrest of who? He was dragging them.
Oh my God.
Mrs. O, you know I spent time in a department. The department I was on, every female officer had to ride with a male officer. You could not ride. The female officers could not ride alone, and they couldn't ride. It's called 10-4. They couldn't put them 2 women together for that very reason. That very reason.
Yeah,
So I had a female partner for 3 years. Simply because she couldn't ride with anybody else because they wouldn't leave her out there by herself.
That's good. That's good.
And they be like bold and brazen. My grandfather used to be a cop in Detroit, and he used to tell me some stories about the women wanting to get into the to that field, and that's a masculine job for a woman to have. I'm just gonna be honest, and I couldn't do it. You have to be like manly for that job.
You know something, Trey? This is Boss Man. You know something, Trey? I wanted to say, hi, how's everyone doing?
Well,
you
very
know,
well. You?
I'm doing all right. I just finished cooking and fed the family, so I'm taking a moment on the deck.
All right.
It's funny that you mentioned that men have stated that they themselves need men in order to be groomed into proper men. But one thing I also wanted to make mention is that men, throughout all of this, we oftentimes hear, and you guys have said it on the panel, we oftentimes hear women say that women don't need men. We don't need men. We don't need men for anything, right? But we've never ever heard, even in the manosphere, even the most women hating or women bashing, rather, not hating, but women bashing manospheric red pill atmospheric men, content creators, we've never heard them ever say that men don't need women.
You won't ever hear that. But we as women, we are so gun-ho and saying we don't need a man. Come on now, like really, how did you get here? Because if it wasn't for a man's seed, you wouldn't even be here in the first place. And there's a lot of women talking about, so it was us carrying the baby, but sweetheart, you can't carry a baby without that man's seed. You need a man.
Well, see,
we got
the world focuses and look, I'm not going to take away at all. When I say this, I'm not going to take away at all for the 9 months and some change, depending on how stubborn the child is, because my son was very, very stubborn. Okay. And I watched my wife go through the 9 months, all right, of laborious, the time it takes, all right, to gestate here. Okay. But because the world focuses on that 9 months, it takes away from the importance of what it takes to even get to that 9 months. And so they forget about what's required to get there. And the placement, I think when women hear that it takes a man to even get to that 9 months, that men are saying that women are important. But when men are saying that, no, when men are trying to put proper placement of the two genders, women take it, or not women in general, take it as we're trying to belittle women. No. We're just putting you in a proper place, just like we're putting men in a proper place. You're still important. Every garden needs a gardener. And without a garden, a seed can't be fruitful, or a seed can't gestate. So I view a woman like a garden. A seed is just as important as the garden. Without the two together, you can't have fruit. You can't be fruitful.
Absolutely.
And that's what women they not realizing that. They like, oh, we don't need a man. I'm sorry, but you need a man to protect you. Things get broke in the house. Who gonna fix it? Not no woman. If you look at it, we don't have no women that's builders. We don't have women plumbers. We don't have women too much of nothing. They don't like that laborious work like that. They really don't. So you do need a man.
So what I wanted to ask, I'm not sure who was talking before you. But I wanted to ask, if I heard this correctly, you were saying that the 9 months takes away from the process to get there.
No, I'm saying the world's focus on the 9 months takes away from the importance of the man sometimes. And I think the world's focus of it, because of how important the 9 months is, it takes away from what it took to actually get there. So say for instance, if you take the analogy of a gardener, there's so much work that it takes. Take a lily, for instance. It takes a lot of work to actually get a lily going. Okay, very little work to actually plant the seed or plant the bulb, but it takes a lot of work to actually get it to grow up right, crop it, clip it, so on and so forth. That is, in sense, the 9 months, in a sense, right?
Right.
But, and it's not to say that if a woman does not do her job in that 9 months, that the baby's life could be critically in danger. Okay, I watched my wife go through, taking proper vitamins. I was cooking to make sure that, certain things was left out. I was home cooking just about everything, making sure that we left a lot of things out to make sure that if I could home make it, I made it. If there was a sauce I could make without having a bunch of preservatives, yellow 9, red 6, and all that
red
BS.
40.
Okay, all right. So what I'm trying to get at is that because the world focuses so much on the job of a woman after conception, that you leave out the importance of the man. Because now we have women sitting back. Let's get to the nitty-gritty of it. We have women now thinking that women decide the gender of the baby. No, you don't. We have women that are
now
thinking.
We get into it. Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah,
we get into it now.
we have women in the world thinking that it is more important for a woman to be healthy versus a man's sperm to be healthy. No, you can have a healthy egg and an unhealthy sperm, and you can have an unhealthy baby.
Exactly.
You have women thinking that eggs carry life. No, it doesn't. It does not. An egg does not move. Even for your egg to actually move down the uterine wall, it takes muscular contractions in order for it to actually move properly. It does not move. Sperm moves. We, as men, carry billions of life-moving forms in our scrotum. Not women. We put life into you like a gardener does a garden.
Right.
Now, from that point, y'all's job then starts, and it's a crucial, important job. Let's not take that away. It is very, very crucial. It's like passing a freaking baton. It is very, very crucial and important. And I think the world thinks that when a man says that we are important too, it's like they think that we're trying to take away the importance of bringing a baby into the world is less important. And no, it's not. Because when my wife was going through, I'm going to mess this up. I'm going to mess this up. But when, hold on, when are the, hang on. Breast was swollen because of,
mastitis.
Yeah.
There we go. There it is.
Oh no! I don't want to hear it.
I was helping her. I was massaging them, helping her, getting them to move through, getting the ducts to free up.
They were clogged.
They were clogged. I couldn't freaking imagine. Okay, so I'm not saying that it's less important, but that doesn't mean that because your creator given. I'm not going to say God because I'm just going to say creator given function, role, as far as it relates to nurturing, biological role is so pivotal. It doesn't mean that a man's is less. That's the point.
And you know what? I agree with everything you're saying, because I used to hear some women talk about, if y'all, everybody can relate to this. It's always a woman that tell their child, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be born. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm with you on that one. We just carry the eggs it takes the man that has the sperm, it fertilized. They are the fertilizer, they are the planters, and we are the nurturers. It's up to us once we become pregnant to be nurturers. That's why it's very important when women are pregnant that they take good care of their mental health, because a lot of times we carry all that crap and it goes on to our babies, and that's when we have the babies that have all these complications when they're born. It's our responsibility to be the nurturers, but the man is the planners.
Now I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you something else. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna give you one more, and then I'm gonna turn it over to you. I'll give you one more thing that makes us I wouldn't say a bit more special, but puts us more in our place as far as men and women. Right. Women are the default gender. The Creator did this on purpose to ensure that we do exactly what we are supposed to do, which is to go forth and be fruitful and multiply. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, women are the default gender. Every human being that is listening, and every human being on this planet plane existence, this corporeal plane that we are on right now, started out as a female. It wasn't until the the Y chromosome kicked in that made you a male, which means that the male is actually biologically and genetically the special one, because everybody started off as a female, and it took a special jolt. This is why women's bodies are actually take more of a hit when they are giving birth to a male than it is a female, generally.
I'm sorry to cut you off, brother, but I can tell you,
I'm done.
I had three sons, one daughter. Those boys wore me out.
Wore your ass out.
And then I had a boy, girl, boy. I'm telling you, man. I was like, oh,
them boys wore your ass out.
Yes, they did. My daughter was like a trooper, but when it came to them boys, oh my God, I was like, I had no control of my own body. I was like, this an alien body or what? I don't know what the hell was going on. Boys, yeah,
so like,
there you go.
I wanted to. So I agree with what's your name? I don't know if it's on
Boss Man.
Boss Man. I agree basically with overall what you're saying. The main part I disagree with is just the way you started off in your original statement that basically it takes away from the process of the woman being pregnant, takes away from the importance of a man. I don't think that's true at all, because if you see a woman, especially if she's someone that you know, and you see she's pregnant, 9 times out of 10, the question that's asked is, well, where's the daddy at? Is the daddy around? Where's the boyfriend? Where's the husband? And if you know for a fact she's not married, you definitely gonna ask. So you know what's going on? Where's he at? Because we understand that if he's not around, you're gonna have a time
issues. Yeah,
you're gonna have quite a time, because we know that the strength comes from the man in those types of situations, and we know obviously she didn't get that way by herself, right? True. So I would say that you know I would disagree with that, because I mean, we look at single mothers as a major issue in our community right now, but I would say that it may not be such an extreme as if they had the man in their lives at all that was actually living up to some type of standard to raise the family. You know, we could talk about getting married and all that stuff later, but if they at least had somebody that could come in on their behalf to help raise that child with them on a consistent basis, their life wouldn't be in such shambles as it is when those situations happen. Now going into when you were saying women now think that they can decide the gender of the baby, I would say you could blame that on, which, you know, I don't know. I'm a real talk. So this is something I'm very, I feel strongly
Speak
about.
Your mind, sis. Speak your mind. This is a safe space.
Okay. Yeah. So if if you want to get into that discussion about what women think they can decide to do, we can just look at the pro-choice movement and let's look at the LGBT movement, and then we can continue that conversation, because as far as anybody deciding any type of gender, we know exactly where that came from. And you have a lot of individuals that jump on that bandwagon, that has this free mindset and change and all of this stuff, and think they could defy the signs of the nature of God and science and all of that. So we could get into that, and that would really open up a lot more conversations about what women think they can decide to do as far as the gender. No one can decide their gender. I don't care what you think you can do. No one can choose that. We can play and, act accordingly, but if somebody dig up your body 15 years from now, they're going to confirm your original, what you came out with. So, but I digress. I land my plane.
Hey, Miranda, how do they do that? Do you know how they do that? What area do they check to find out whether you are male or female?
Their private area.
No, because that's gone if you're dead. You're nothing but bones.
Well, you mean if they're dead, not the baby?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It's some type of DNA, y'all. DNA test.
Nope.
Go ahead, Trey.
They simply look at your hips.
Mm-hmm.
The formation of your hips.
There you go.
Yep.
Men and women's hips are different. Your hips are made to go. Your hips are made to go outwards. Ours go inwards. Yours go outwards because you can have a baby. I wanted to say this about men's role while a woman is pregnant. One of the things that we often forget is that when you guys are pregnant, you are at your most vulnerable state.
Oh yeah.
And therefore you have to be protected. You have to be protected. I remember when my daughter's mom was pregnant and she had just got put on bed rest, and she called and she's like, I think our baby's coming. Like, and I'm like, wait, whoa. She's not this was June. Our baby wasn't due until November. No, that's not supposed to happen.
Oh my God.
That day I rode my motorcycle to work. You would have thought I was in a Mission Impossible movie when I was riding
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, because my responsibility is to protect her because she is at her most vulnerable state. This woman was on bed rest for the majority of her pregnancy. Who cooked the food? I did. Who washed the clothes? I did. Who cleaned the house? I did. She couldn't do anything. She couldn't do anything. Our job. So one of the things that we always tend to leave out is a man's duty. He reverts back to his natural duty, which is the protector. She is at a vulnerable state. She can't do anything in most cases.
Anything.
So my job now is to make sure nothing happens to her, because you're carrying my seed. You're carrying our legacy. I got to make sure. And I'm glad that Boss Man used the gardening thing, because if you don't protect the garden, the deer will come and eat your food every night.
That's correct.
But those of you who have an actual garden in your home and live near deer will eat your flowers. They will eat your food. They eat everything. So you have to protect it. And I think that's the man's role.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's interesting you share that, because a couple of years ago, my cousin had got pregnant. She might have been like 15, I believe. We had all been trying to steer in the right direction, but she, people do what they want to do. It had to have been at least maybe like a week or two, if not a few days after she had just got out the hospital. And I went over there, I'm like looking at her and stuff. And I had to help her out of the bed, go back and forth to the bathroom, like help her up and make sure she laid down right and got her stuff to change in or whatever she needed. And I don't have kids, so I was blown away. I was like, dang, like you're down this much. Like I thought you just have it. And then, like the way she was down. Like she was not happy. Her face, like it was an experience for her. I'm glad I was able to be there, but yeah, that's something I'll never forget.
Did you say you don't have any kids?
No.
World class, you listening?
Yeah.
Yo, he is wilding in the comments. He is wilding in the comments, and I've been laughing this whole time.
Like, yo, I just told him to calm down.
Right, please. Please.
It's
oh
my God.
I'd have been on a bunch of panels with world class. I ain't never seen them like this.
Me either.
Yeah.
You know what? Me either. I be sit back and watch that because world class know me because I be on everybody else's thing and we be dialoguing. I'm like, wait a minute, calm down, world class, calm down. But you know what? She is changing his mind on women right now. Okay.
Hey, he said he's not gonna make her sign a prenup. Y'all know how I feel about them prenups. He said you won't have to sign one, Miranda. You won't have to sign one. Don't worry about it. He said you could take it all. You can have it all.
I don't know what to say. We're live, so
wait a minute. He over there singing that Jodeci song. What's that? Phoenix.
Oh gosh.
Thank you, TWC. Thank you.
I wanna touch bases on. I'm sorry, ma'am. What is your name, ma'am? I'm sorry. I can't see your handle.
Oh yeah, so my name is Miranda Moore, but it's more real talk.
More real talk. There it is, right there. Bingo. Thanks, whoever handling the tech there. So what I was mentioning earlier in my initial monologue there, I was mentioning more.
Oh, you breaking up, sweetie?
Yeah.
Yeah, you Borgin, boss man.
Wait a minute. World class
hey, Delmonte. Thank you.
The world class come on because she pretty. Y'all don't see this lady. We see her.
Wait,
He's saying world class said you are beautiful, and y'all don't
thank
see it. But you know what? You favor my niece.
Thank you.
You look just like my niece. If my daughter was to see this, she'd be like, "Oh, she look like Kiara. You look just like my niece, baby."
Thank you.
Thank
you, world class.
Hey, black man, you got to get that brother. You got to get that brother starving sound effect. Somebody's starving over here.
Oh boy.
Oh Lord.
So we will, if you all like, move on to the next question.
We're gonna have to do another video.
Oh no, go back to 10. Go back to 10. We didn't answer that one.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
I was waiting for this one.
Oh, I was gonna answer.
Oh, you may.
I will say. Let's see. I would say everybody deserves common respect, because just because it, like, if I see you with Dusty on the corner and you doing something, like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to disrespect you because I seen you being a Dusty. Now, if you come at me disrespectful, I'll do what I can to maintain, but usually you're gonna be met with disrespect. Like, it's just, I'm probably eventually gonna crash out and I'm gonna say something back. But yeah, I think any and everybody deserves respect, no matter who or what you are, what you stand for. You only get disrespect when you dish out disrespectful rhetoric, actions. You putting your hands on me. But Charleston White said he got the hands. Y'all see when that Charleston White, he got the hands. It's they go either way. It's a scratching and
this respect, when I hear the word deserve, and I always preface it, when someone uses the word deserve, that means that they earned something. So when you use it, does somebody deserve respect? My question will be then, what did you do to earn it? Now, do I think that all men deserve respect? No, I don't think all men deserve respect. However, I don't think that all men deserve disrespect. But I believe that men should earn respect. Have you ever noticed two fighters will get into the octagon and they will say, they'll beat the hell out of each other for 15 minutes. And what do they say at the end? I respect this man. Yep. Why?
I'll be hearing that, yeah.
Because he earned it. He earned it. He showed me his toughness. He showed me his ability. Like, you earned it, right? You think about all of the greats, whether it comes to athletes or whether it comes to even mentors, even the mentors I had to earn their respect. They didn't just give it to me. So when we talk about deserve, that's how I see it. No, I don't think all men deserve, because a lot of men are not willing to put in the work to get the respect that they want to deserve. You have to work for it. And that includes with a woman. Well, how do you do that? How are you going to get this respect out of a woman? Well, you do that by being a man, being stable, building a home, having something that she can come into where you can say, listen, my thought process was always, baby, I can do this with or without you. This train is going forward. You can either get on or you can get off. But I don't, it's not that I don't need you here. I want you here, but the plan is already set. You can either join the plan or not join the plan. I'm built that up so that you can respect me because it's already here. I didn't need you to help me build it. So that's where, when I hear the word deserve, I'm like, I don't know about deserve, but I do believe that nobody deserves disrespect.
I have a answer on this one. I believe all men do deserve respect, but I'm with brother as far as being you have to earn that respect. And I'm gonna go with what I went over that question with my husband last night, sis. And he said that and I agree with him. He said that every man deserves respect until he shows that he doesn't want that respect. And say, for instance, if he keep doing certain things that, I'll put it this way, let me back up. Say, for instance, you with this man, you respect him. He do some stuff outside of your relationship that makes you hate him. I'm sorry, brothers, but this happens. When a man called themselves like cheating and whatnot, it takes a toll on us women. That really does.
It does.
And we lose respect for
ultimate betrayal.
Yeah. We would lose respect for you in a minute. But at the same time, as women, and this is how I learned, this is what I learned from the women of old, and I'm talking about old family members, is that although they went through that stuff, they still didn't disrespect their husbands. And I'll tell you how. They didn't disrespect their husbands because, for one, the outside woman is expecting you to disrespect him so he can come her way. And women were smart enough to know, like, look, you ain't getting my man. So in other words, I'm going to do what I have to do to show him whatever, but I'm not saying for the chronic ones. I'm not saying for those chronic ones that keep on doing it. Oh, she let me doing something. I'm not talking about the ninjas, okay? I'm talking about when a man sees that he have this respect for he is getting respect from this woman that he's hurting. 9 times out of 10, I would say 9 times out of 10, he would change for that woman, like, I'm doing this, that, and the third. She don't deserve it. And I'm talking about men, not males, because males don't give a damn. They're going to do what they want to do. We're not going to talk about them.
Yeah.
We talk about the men. The men will know, damn, this is a good woman. She didn't do no tit for tat. She didn't step out of relationship. She didn't screw around with another dude. And I'm doing A, B, C, D, and E. That outside woman is waiting for your ass, and I'm gonna say, excuse me, waiting for your ass to be like, look, you ain't ish, this, that, and the third, whatever, whatnot, so you can go. We as women have to be smarter than that, especially when it comes to our husband. We are actually passing our husbands around to these 304s because he did some stuff. No, you work it out. You call yourself being the virtuous woman that you are. The Most High is watching you. You know what I'm saying? He is watching you. If your husband or significant other still keep doing whatever, the Most High will remove him out the way anyway, because you're doing right by this man. You don't have to worry about nothing. And I had to learn this. You don't have to worry about outside entities or anything like that. Do what you have to do for as a wife, and everything else will follow. If he still want to be a ninja, still want to be out there fighting it up with these broads, the Most High will remove him out the way, either by death or something else.
Yeah.
You know
but I've heard that before as well, especially like, well, I ain't gonna put her in it too. Never mind. But I've heard that I've heard that before. I honestly don't think I can do it. I can't do it. Like you step out on me, you do me wrong. Like I literally can't do it. Modern woman. And I am a Bible believing woman as well, despite anything else. Because I do believe that God will make your enemies your footstool. He'll make your enemies be at peace with you. Or they just gonna get moved out the way, like you said. But I just I am very big on respect, because I understand a man wants respect and you got to always give him that. But you got to respect me. You got to respect me. And that's at least something that you can do. Like, because like you said, cheating, that takes you down so many dark paths. You could be the most beautiful woman in the world, and it makes you feel the complete opposite for a very long time. It don't matter how many people come across and, gas you up and do all this and that. It's like, what does she have? I don't. Like, you can't even respect me enough to where you can spare my emotional state, my mind, my self-esteem, because this is a lot of that sometimes you don't recover from that.
No,
So, like, sometimes you really don't, but it's like we make it about, oh well, we gotta, like, respect the man, and it's like I get that, but I don't want to lose who I am, and my self-value is being, I'm over here doubting my own self-being because of you, and then I gotta sit here and do right. Honestly, I might as well just go. I feel like once it's past you doing all this with over there, we can conversate and work things out all day, but the moment you want to step outside and every time my back turn, I can't do it.
Yeah. But you know what, sis? It takes, I'm going to tell you, it takes a special kind of woman to be able to deal with something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm like this, though. I'm telling you, sis, I'm speaking by experience. I'm telling you, I'm not saying anything that I don't know or I don't hold is true. We really, once we make sure. It's like if you out there and you dealing with a friend, they call themselves hurting you. Don't stoop down to their level. You know what I'm saying? You be you regardless. I'm not saying that a woman have to dummy themselves down because they man want to call themselves going out there playing the field. My thing is this: you gonna always have your respect. You know what I'm saying? You always gonna have that respect for yourself, but at the same time, you gonna make sure that you don't call yourself putting, going down this dark path and letting this other person win. You know what I'm saying? Because we already know the side chicks just waiting for us to be like, nigga, you gonna get out.
She can have them.
She is right there with a plastic bag, everything.
All yours. She can have them.
Can I ask this question? Go ahead, Trey.
When you guys get older, like say when you're say you get divorced because of cheating, and you're 60 and 70. Will it have mattered when you're 60 and 70 years old?
No.
When you look back at something that happened during your 20s or 30s, and will that matter? Because whenever we bring up this cheating thing, I think women oftentimes, y'all egos are over 9,000. Unreal.
Of course.
Y'all egos are crazy. I think y'all believe that cheating has something to do with y'all. And it has nothing. It has nothing to do with y'all at all. Nothing. Nothing. Listen, you could be the best woman in the world. Yep. You can literally be the best wife in the world, and he will still cheat on you. It has nothing to do with you.
I can contest to that.
So what is it then?
I do want to say something too, but there is some truth to that though. The only reason why, he is, I hate to say it, but he is right to an extent, but like, you just got to find a man who just doesn't do it. He just doesn't want to do it. Because there's men who are just, there are some men who will actually sit down and be like, okay, this is just something I just don't do. If you don't have a man like that, it's probably going to happen. It's just in some people to just not do. And some people will do it, some people just won't. So like he said, for the most part, like he said, you can be like a perfect woman and it will happen. But like there are actually some men who just, based off their morals or values and, the way they see life, they just will not do it under no circumstance. You just have to, if that's what you value, you just have to find a man who's about that kind of time. But like, for the most part though, there's a lot that goes into it. Some men see with some women and you just be like, you know what? I can probably get away with this. You know what I mean? Like it just depends, like the way you see her, if you respect her or not. How you view her, how you see her.
Would you say it primarily relies in how much he respects her?
No.
Yes and no. Because you can respect her and be like, you know what, I'll never cheat on you, but I still desire other women. You may have enough respect for her to be like, okay, sweetheart, this is not going to work out. That's respectful, and just be like, this can't work. And just move on. That's respectful, but that still doesn't mean he doesn't want to go do it.
Right.
You see what I mean? That's
And
respectful.
I don't
right. And
AG.
that's where they came, and this is where it comes to. I'm sorry to cut you off, sis.
No, you're good.
This where it comes to where, you know, they have to work on themselves, especially these men. You cannot. I'm just gonna be honest. Men get into relationships, especially if they get into a marriage, they still holding on to these ex-girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? These ex-floozies that they mess around with, and they still tied to them, and they don't know how to get away from them. And you know what? My thing is this: when it comes to men and women, if you haven't got that X out of your system or certain things out of your system, I advise you not to even get married until you get that check first.
Absolutely.
Because at the same time, when you call yourself getting into a marriage and you do that, you can do a lot of damage to that spouse, especially when they did their best, they haven't stepped out, this, that, and third.
Right.
That really hurts. And you know what I'm saying? You can end up, a person, woman or man, can end up hurting that person and making it to where they don't give a F because, you know, because they keep getting hurt or whatever, or you hurt them so much, they don't, that spouse don't even want to look at another person because they're gonna have that distrust for them because they're gonna always think, especially us women, when we get in a relationship, as soon as we see something that we saw from a past relationship, we like, look, I ain't doing this, and we out
Major
the door,
flag.
we Zoom,
Yep.
you know
Yes.
So you really have to work on yourself first before you end up getting into any kind of relationship, especially a marriage, because that does a lot of damage to somebody.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's like you have to know exactly who you are. Like a lot of these situations where like you have a lot of women or a lot of men they're already dealing with people for so many years, like 5, 6 years, and they get in a relationship and it's like it's nothing for them to keep dealing with them.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I mean, people get in relationships with these people and it's like, you know, well, let me just go over here and still be dealing with, you know, this woman or this man. So it really is just about like you have to know exactly who you are because you know, a lot of men get away with it just based off the fact, like, you know, if a man got a lot of sexual charisma, I mean, you can pull that kind of thing off. You see what I mean? You really could. But I mean, it's a dangerous game people are playing with people's lives and emotions because, you know, you don't want to be, you know, you don't want to play with people's feelings. You know what I mean? And I know there's a lot of evil. There's a lot of evil going on around here, you know, out here in these streets and stuff like that, you know, so the best thing I could say is like know exactly who you are and vet people properly. If you're a person who you'd be like, okay, I like to have sex a lot, you may want to get into a relationship with somebody who's on that same kind of time. Don't get into a relationship with somebody who's the exact opposite of you, or you're, you know, it'd be like basic stuff like that.
Or don't get in
Hey.
a relationship or get married at all.
Right.
Or just have some type of altered version of it because I mean stuff like that happens where people are just they're dealing with people who are not like them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You know, like people, you know, there's a lot of sexy women out here, but you know what she's about at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Is it worth it? You
Right.
know,
And
it's just,
not only that, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. Not only that, look what's going on. It's a lot of women that's actually men out here. You don't know who is what, and you really have to be careful because they got hand surgeries. They get that Adam's apple gum. You don't know what in the world you messing with out there. But my thing is this: do what you have to do. Work on you. Don't get into a relationship because 9 times out of 10, we as humans, we hunger and we want that husband, we want that woman, or we want that man or something, you know what I'm saying? And the first thing we do, we don't want to be lonely and we jump into another relationship, not knowing that that relationship is a rebound relationship because you haven't got over that other person that hurt you. And that's not right on the person that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
The problem.
Yeah.
And you know what? You know what? I completely agree with that because that actually segues into what you said earlier. You don't want to change who you are as a person because somebody did X, Y, and Z. You don't want to be going out here and risking your health, doing this and trying to prove a point. You know, you don't want to change who you are as a person. But so what's her name? What's your name on the bottom in the yellow shirt?
More real talk.
You asked, you know, if I will admit though, whenever I see women who like know what they want in life, like there are some women who just won't tolerate that kind of behavior and be like, look, I'm a woman and I want to have like a long-term relationship. I don't I'm not with the cheating. I'm very serious. I have certain morals, certain principles I will and won't tolerate. And they just tell you that kind of thing out the jump. I will say I do have a respect for that. And that actually deters a lot of manipulation and a lot of trickery and a lot of stuff like that, because most men won't even deal with a woman like, especially if you're a woman who just doesn't play games. Most men won't even try you like that. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of respect to be had if you're just that kind of person out here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean
No.
that does deter a lot of that kind of behavior.
I'm gonna offer a different take on this, but I'm gonna ask the panel ladies a question really quick.
Okay.
First question is, do you all think that all men cheat?
No.
No.
I really
More
don't
real
know.
talk?
To be honest, I don't know.
No.
I wouldn't.
I
I
would say
definitely
no.
wouldn't say yes, but I wouldn't say no. I personally feel like you can't put nothing past anybody.
Okay. Do you think that most men cheat?
More than likely, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So the thought process is this: when you're in a relationship, especially for those who are married, you kind of have to understand that especially in marriage, the person that you are married to 1 year, add about 5 or 10 years after that, and that person may or may not change from the person that you married.
Mm-hmm.
And that person's change might be mentally, it might be physically, it might be spiritually, one of those 3 things. And that change might permeate into or metastasize into other behaviors that are not what you are, might not be what you might have envisioned.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm coming to understand is that you kind of have to look at the entire picture as a whole. One of the things you said, more real talk, is that it's like once you cross this line here, especially cheating, for instance, and I gotta go. Well, one of the things you got to kind of consider, especially in a marriage, is the bigger picture, and that is, of all of the good that a person has provided to you in a lifetime, is this one thing, to Trey's point, is this one thing, or this one flaw, is this one thing worth, to the other lady's point, is this one thing worth completely dismantling everything that this person has provided, done, offered? And is this one thing completely offsetting everything, all the good that this person has done up until this point?
I mean, okay, I can't, obviously I don't know what it's like to be with someone for 10 years plus, right? But it's just like what the lady above me said earlier when we were talking about infidelity. I just actually finished a series on YouTube called Betrayal, and one of the highest forms of betrayal is infidelity. So if we've been rocking out this long and you decide now to step out on me, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we can talk about, changing, but if this is supposed to be a vow under God, and this is somebody that we're supposed to be each other's backbone in a sense, to where you can rely on each other, what does you changing in certain ways have to do with what you vowed and committed to do? This is what you signed up for. So I feel like if there's a change, communication is so powerful. If there's a change and you guys have been together that long, if you both want to still be there, then a conversation needs to be had. It shouldn't just be like some, well, it's been like this and I'm just gonna up and just to make another decision. Like I have a saying that I think it's funny because people wake up and decide something different every day. And it's like, for me in my generation, I feel like there's just no loyalty anymore. There's no integrity and commitment and actual discipline to keep something together. So I don't agree with that.
And do you also think that women look at loyalty and commitment differently than men do?
I can say it could definitely be a debatable thing.
Yeah, I could agree.
Miranda, it's not debatable. It's different. There's nothing to debate. The way you see loyalty versus the way a man does is 2 different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And when we talk about cheating, This idea, listen, this cheating thing, you guys will let the side chicks win, and it doesn't make any sense.
But what are we competing for if this is a marriage? What is letting somebody win? There is no winning or losing.
There is losing. If you get a divorce, you lost.
But that's between you and your partner, not because you're handing over the ring to the side chick, or because because she didn't perform well enough. Now the side chick is winning.
No. The side chick's job was to disrupt, and you allowed her to disrupt. You allowed her to disrupt so much so that it ended your marriage.
But that's nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. That is not true, because if me and you are married and somebody is barking up your tree, you have to give them access to bark up your tree. You have to give them access to even come into the marriage, to talk to you, to get a drink, to meet up at the store, to go get coffee. You have to open that door that is going to destroy the marriage.
And all of that has nothing to do with you.
You didn't let me finish. I was about to say, I go back to what I was stating before. If there's a problem, if you have vowed to be together, then the problem resides with you and your wife, not you stepping out. And then you want to place the blame of somebody else winning. There is no winning or losing. You've made a commitment. You are now one in the eyes of God and the court system or whatever. But that's nonsense. That's foolishness. Now, if this dating and you're stepping out and we ain't really married, we're not married at all, then even that type of conversation is stupid. If you're dating and you're letting the side chick win, if you are deciding to be with somebody, there is no games. If there's no games, there's no winning or losing. You choose to make this work or not. If it's not in your favor and you see signs of stuff that you just can't deal with, it's a rule breaker. You've tried all you can. You've communicated all you can. Then you need to make the decision to go ahead and say, I'm out and proceed to do otherwise.
Here's the issue. The issue here is that this is a control issue for a lot of y'all women. And what you want to do is you want to control our penis. And this is why, this is why men should not get married, because the moment that they get married, they are no longer in control of their sex life.
Who's talking? Is this BMU?
No, this is Trey.
Oh.
You are no longer in control of your sex life. The moment you get married, you're not in control anymore. She doesn't want to have sex with you. You have no other options. None. You're stuck.
Now, Trey,
then women be wanting monogamy and dating process.
Hold on 1 minute. Okay, for one, I was asked a question about. I'm not for the cheating. I'm a married woman. I'm not for it. I'm not saying that if your man cheats on you, this, that, and the third, you're supposed to just roll with it. If it's a consistent, everybody make their mistakes. But if it's a consistent cheating, disrespect, and all that other stuff, we have the right to walk away. Because for one, it's against the law when you marry to commit adultery, for one.
Right.
And but
who was the last time somebody been arrested for adultery?
Arrested for? You know what? I'm not looking. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not looking at the laws of the land. I'm looking at the laws of the Most High. Okay. For one, I'm not looking at the laws of the land, because the laws of the land is letting people man on man, woman on woman, dog on woman. You know what I'm saying? Bestiality, messing with children, all of that. That's not where I'm going from. When that adultery come in and you have that the first time, you at least talk it out, work it out. But my thing is this: one time you get that, you do that, whatever. But that second time, and I see it, it's like a different ball. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest now. You can give somebody grace. You can give somebody grace, but that don't mean you have to be stupid and let it keep on going.
Yes, ma'am.
It's too much STDs out here,
and that's
you don't know if the man, your husband, messing with a man that's supposed to be a woman. You know what I'm saying?
That's why it's like
you have to have that self-respect on that.
How did they become gay all of a sudden?
I'm not. No. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that they gay. But I'm just saying the
you just said you didn't know if he was on the down low.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a lot of women that's out there that actually are men, and these men are getting tricked. That's what I'm
So
talking
now
about.
he's into trans.
Look,
But
look.
the point.
Somebody had BMU was telling us he had a panel. He had a whole bunch of women on there, and a lot of you men thought they was women, and they was actually men. That's what I'm talking.
That was just Mandrill. He don't care.
That was one dude, right?
He barely even know about. Hold on, real quick, Miss O. You make sure your mic is selected in StreamYard. I really don't think your mic that's in front of you is selected.
Okay, but my thing is
it's disgusting.
My thing is this: y'all can get tricked just like we can get tricked. Okay, it's a lot of females out there that these men say, "Ooh." My thing is this: y'all get tricked because the women got BBLs, the women got all this makeup on their face, they got weave, they got whatever. But if you look at a lot of these transformers, got the same thing. So that's
and they look good too.
How do we get to trans? We were talking about
she was making the point. She was making the point that there's all types of stuff out there.
What I'm saying, I'm making a point as a married woman. If your husband go out there and mess around or whatnot, you can forgive him that one time. But if they keep on doing it, you don't know what the hell he coming back with. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You don't know. It's a trick bag out there because men gonna like what they like regardless. They see a big butt, they're like, "Ooh, I seen." Men a lot of times see a big butt, they like, "Ooh," not knowing that's a man, and I know that's a man. I'm just gonna put that out there.
So Trey, we're gonna go back like 2 conversations, right? That was all.
You can stop it.
Love me some Dr. Umar.
Yeah, we got to. Let's just like go in reverse a little bit. First of all, peace to the channel, the panel in the chat. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, hit the membership. Shout out to BMU, hit the Cash App, support the channel and all that. Share it to your mom and them. They ain't doing nothing. They still up.
And subscribe to my channel too, y'all.
Subscribe to the respective channels. So Trey, the question of because this is why I hopped up, because I wanted to ask you this, because at first I was like, no, this should be an easy topic. So you said you didn't, all men don't deserve respect, right? And then you went on to say, he gotta until he prove it, right? So I'm just, how is that actionable? So like if you're just like maybe in an area where it's like a family setting, right, or whatever, like you take your child out, how can a random man, show you respect for you give it to him?
Why would he need to show me? I guess I don't understand the question. I'm saying that if the question is that do all men deserve respect?
Yeah.
If we're going to use the word deserve, then that means he had to earn it. Most men, no, a lot of men, I'm cordial with you. That doesn't mean I respect you.
So that's what I'm saying. Okay, right there. We have to be in the same place. That's the point of me asking, right? So we put in respect as are we putting respect on a pedestal?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when it becomes, see, this is the thing. Then that's why I came up here, right? So if it's on a pedestal, then I mean it's not a standard. So when we're not respected, then we should not be surprised. Then yes. You see what I'm saying?
No,
I'm loving this conversation. This is awesome.
Can I ask another question? Can I ask another question to the men?
No. Hold on. I just want to see what Trey said.
Because when we try to make this thing a standard, and people fail to adhere to the standard, then does that mean that it's automatically disrespect?
Correct.
That was a good one.
Yes. Yeah. And this is why I wanted to ask.
So this. Hang on, boss man. Let us
Yeah.
So this is why I don't make respect a standard. DMX once said, "Do you trust people? Yeah, I trust you to be exactly who you are." So when it comes to respect, no, I don't give respect to everybody unless something has happened to where I say, you know what, that person earned my respect because they did X, Y, and Z. And it's typically in accordance with my morals, values, and character, something I would agree with.
So it's like, so when you say it, right, now I agree with you up to this point, because I just want to mine out what your position, right? When this question comes up, it's 2 things. There's a general thing, and then there's like your own personal standard, right? I think generally people deserve respect. I'm not even gonna go to that analogy with the word mean, right? I think generally people deserve respect, and I don't put respect as some courtesy or adoration. I just think that's a human being that's breathing air, walking around. They deserve their space. They deserve not to be insulted. Just like this, just like the video with the dude, right? Why I said the dude what the Bop the Balloon guy. Why I said a lot of stuff that he did wasn't disrespect. Because my standard is this: he didn't invade nobody's space. He ain't say nothing derogatory. I think everybody deserved that. I think respect is such a normal thing, but everybody else put it on such a high pedestal where it doesn't belong. And I think it comes down to the private thing, to where you have a standard, Trey, on what a man is. Most men don't have that. Your standard, right, is not because you know how men are supposed to operate. Like in this spaces or in these spaces or just in life in general, how men are dealing with women. You like, nigga, you're a bitch. You're a simp. Move on. I'm not tolerating that from that woman. From a chick like that saying that to me. And I think it seems like you're convoluting the two when you say it. You're just picking one just because the question is there. And I'm not saying that you're wrong for that, because I've seen people make a lot of these. We've had these conversations plenty of time. And it's weird because we're doing the general thing, we're doing the private thing, and it's really not one answer to that question. That's why I would have to say yes. I would kind of do the opposite of what you're doing, is because yes, all men deserve respect, because there's a general standard, because we're talking about a lot of people, not just what I would call being respect. But mine's is simple, whereas it's just about respecting their personal space and not saying nothing derogatory. So I put a standard on it on what I'm saying, so you can get it clear on what I really mean. Because I understand what you're saying, but I would have to disagree, because I don't think it's applicable to go, yeah, you got to show me something first. If I see a guy walking into whatever store with his babies, they clean, they healthy, is that enough?
No.
That's what I'm saying. It gets ridiculous. I gotta get to know this guy, but you know what I'm saying.
This goes back to what I said earlier. It looks so different for every individual. It's so different.
Well, you also have to remember my background, world class. I've seen plenty of cases where children look clean and healthy, and they were being abused or neglected.
Right.
So, so for me, listen. I'm not the type of person to judge a book by its cover. I dig deep on everybody. Right. And you have to be able to prove it. Now, here's the thing. For the record, I've never wavered on this. I remember a conversation me and Mr. Bennett were having, and he feels sort of the same way you do, world class. And I said the same thing to him. You got to earn it. I don't give people my respect. Now, do I have to be disrespectful to you? No, I don't have to be that way to you. I'm a cordial person. I can hold the door for you, and I can say please and thank you and all that other stuff, right? But that when it comes to respect, yeah, I do put it on the pedestal, because people will misuse that. People will take advantage of you being respectful of them, because they just see it as, well, that's just how he is. He respects everybody, so I can go about it. And maybe that's me being skeptical and maybe a bit pessimistic. But no, I have to see some things happen for me to say, okay, yeah, that person earned my respect.
This is where I think I wanted to provide a little bit of distinction between, generalized courteousness, and respect versus, more personable respect. And I think for the personal respect, I wanted to classify that as more reverence than just generalized respect. Because Trey, you and I live in the DMV area. If I were to meet you man to man, I would have a generalized respect for you, because I'm meeting you face to face, man to man. All right. We have an understanding that if I don't provide a generalized level of respect to you as a man, meeting a man, things can go very left very fast. You being prior police force, and me being prior Marine Corps, things can go left pretty fast. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if men don't respect each other and provide a decent level of respect to one another, this is the difference between men and women. If men do not respect each other on a common level, things can go left very, very fast. This is why it's very best that men provide some sort of level of, how do I word this? We reconcile things verbally first before things go left. we have a generalized understanding that one wrong move and things can go left physically very fast. This is what women typically don't understand about men. So the difference between generalized respect for another man and for another person is bifurcated between respect and reverence. I revere and I have a little bit of more respect for my wife than I do for a generalized woman, in that she is who she is because she's the mother of my child. Therefore, she classifies in more of the reverence area of respect than just generalized respect for a general woman. You see, so I respect everybody until they give me a reason not to respect them. But in the classification of sacrificing for them, maybe giving them the shirt off my back, maybe, putting myself in harm's way, as I did for my country, then maybe it's in the more of a reverence area than just generalized respect, as in to just be courteous. Men, do you agree?
What I would say is, I to get straight to the point is, we're talking generally, right? As you just was talking about, right? We're talking generally. Sure. Do all men deserve respect? My answer again is yes, but what Trey is saying, I still agree with what Trey is saying, because privately in my personal life, if I put what he's saying in my personal life, absolutely positively, you have to be exceptional to get respect from me in my personal standard, right? From what I, because I'm not going to look at you again. I'm not going to, because that's what the word respect means. It means to view again. You're not even going to look my way if you're not exceptional. I'm 38. I never drank a day in my life. I never smoked, no tattoos, no criminal record, never tried a drug, never worn my pants off my ass, been vegan since 2012. Stopped drinking cat water in 2010. I've drinking cat water in 2010. Stopped listening to the radio, watching TV in 2007. If you're not exceptional, I'm not even worried about your existence. So I do understand Trey's standard. I'm not even gonna, you don't exist to me.
Yes, bro.
But to be in a situation where you're generally, when we say that's outside of my life and what I've been able to do. That violence, low level threat, the low level of violence, that just being dismissive to a man can get your face punched.
It can.
Just not acting like you see him and you ain't, even if he's wrong, you can get punched in your face. You know what I'm saying? So we're just walking around with that mentality. But see, Trey is trained. I'm trained. We don't think like civilians. You understand? So his mindset is different. So I can take what Trey is saying. Trey is trained for them situations. But the average person thinking, I don't have to respect a man unless he show me something, you're gonna get your ass hurt. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. It's not that he's wrong, is that he's in those positions. He's in one of those rare positions where
I understand him.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, and I understand Trey's position as well, because coming from the Marine Corps, I mean.
Okay, yeah. Well, you get it.
I get it. Yeah. Trust me, I get it. Now, from the ladies' perspective, Miss O and Alicia, were you guys asking the question from the perspective of, do all men deserve respect from their significant other, specifically women?
I think I
was
meant,
that the question?
Just in general.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just in general.
Well, yeah, the question back up now.
Yeah, for me, all deserve respect, and I'll say this. This is the reason why I say this, because a lot of women are saying, they have this thing, like when they go out in the world, let's say they go to the store, whatever. He ain't my man, I'm not gonna respect him. Respect is a thank you, a smile or something like that. You don't have to cuss somebody out because you don't know them, and you know what I'm saying. Respect goes a long way. It's not just with your husband; it also goes with the men that you don't know. Because there's a lot of women out there, like Kevin Samuel said. It's a lot of women that complain about smiling to a guy. A guy say, how you doing? They be like, you know what I'm saying? They just be grimming them and stuff and just being mean for no reason. I believe that all men deserve respect, but it all depends on how you perceive and how they do you, because it's a lot of times men, I'm gonna say people in general will go sideways with you and they'll lose that respect. And when they lose that respect, that's when you know to fall back and not deal with them anymore.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, for you, you always have to show that respect, period, down the line. Even because my thing is this: when women say, "Oh, I can't respect a man," they respect a boss or anybody they working for, and we know for a fact them bosses be cussing us out and everything. You still, yes sir. Saying yes sir is still showing a sign of respect. If you can do that to a man in the street, you can do that with your husband.
Amen.
Agreed. Can I give
Absolutely.
you a perspective
Mhm.
on I have a theory. I have a lot of theories here that haven't had a chance to share, but I have one theory about why the generalized women here, I would say generally women here, when they say when you bring up the idea that women generally don't smile whenever they see someone, a man doing something kind, and then they just kind of like smug at them, or whatever. But my theory on that is that it really depends on whether or not that man perceptively gives her the ick.
That's that dumb word. Yeah, I'm
That,
sorry. I can't stand that word. That's so.
Yeah.
What does ick mean?
what? Yes, can you clarify,
See.
please?
Here, and see is very subjective, and it's not objective. See,
Wait, what does ick
take
mean?
this. The ick, it means that
Like irking?
if the woman, I'm going to try to describe the indescribable. It means that
Oh,
if a woman, it looks at a man, and perceptively that woman receives some type of disdain, or some type of unattraction, or some type of retractive feeling by the man's appearance or aura or countenance.
oh, okay.
Oh, like when they say it's given no?
Nah,
Exactly.
Okay.
So
world class. Simply
Still
put,
show. You
it's when
still
a woman
show.
goes ill. Like
Okay.
exactly.
Look,
Yeah.
look, they come up with so much new shit, Trey. I don't be knowing.
Yeah, same
bro.
here.
Bro.
Can't keep up with all this.
Okay.
It's too much.
So
Give it up.
essentially is this. If because I'm not, look, I am not me. If I were to rate myself physically between 1 to 10, I am a solid 6.5, 7, and that's how I feel about myself. Okay, I'm just being honest. All right.
I'm a 14.
Look. I'm a light skin. When my hair was cut,
I'm
I
sorry to hear
had
that.
waves, but I'm 5'8". Okay. All right. Listen.
Wow,
Now,
you said that out in public. You said that like
Did somebody
about
just say I'm sorry to
you
hear
said,
that? Because he's like, look,
he
I'm
said
like
he said he
on
was
the
light skinned. He said
kind
it with pride
of
too. He said it with his
But you
chest.
married. You
I'm
don't count.
light
You already,
skinned.
they already got you out.
I'm
Y'all
light
be
skin.
y'all be
Look.
nice. Right,
I'm light skin, fair skin, even skin,
right.
straight teeth, and I'm 5'8". All right.
No, y'all be nice
Let's
to
cut
us
it.
light skinned
All
people.
right.
Okay, my
Here it
husband
is.
light
All right.
skinned like I am.
Real quick, light
Okay.
skinned people look like Vaseline.
Okay.
Oh, why? 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 Why?
Now,
Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah,
here's the deal.
ain't nothing wrong with us light skins. Cut it out.
Now
Oh my
listen.
goodness.
I've never had a woman that I've ever held the door open for or did something courteous for look at me like ew. Never had that happen to me before. Okay, but
Mhm.
I do know that that does happen. And
Right.
that typically is because a woman is not attracted to what she sees. So I'm thinking it's very subjective. If a
Mm.
man does something actionable towards a woman, it's very determinative based off of how she perceives him. Because that same man, that same action could be performed by a man who meets her subjective standard. He could be 6 foot, whatever, and be whatever skin tone that she likes, and do that same action, and she will not
Yeah, you're
have the
correct.
ick.
Yeah,
Okay, she
yeah,
will not pick the bear
yeah.
because she meets her physical. I mean, he meets her physical requirements. You see, it really depends on. My theory is that these things, these issues of being able to smile, is really determinative on whether or not he gives her the ick or not.
Yeah. Like, would you
whether
say?
or not she, go
Oh,
ahead.
my fault. No, I thought
No, go
you
ahead.
was done. No,
No, go
I
ahead.
agree with what you're saying because, like, I like tall women, right? Like, I'm like 5'5", 5'6", 5'9", 5'10", like all of them. But if it's the thick one, she cute and she 5'2", I think I'm going. I'm going. So it's just like when people meet your criteria, you'll be flexible. Even like if it's a job, if it's a certain job and they're paying well, I'm like, all right, well, this is too far, but I'll make the trip. I'll make the commute. They don't have the, what is that? What do they give y'all?
The benefits.
The vacation, the benefits. Yeah, if you don't have it, you'll make what y'all call sacrifices or concessions or whatever the word is. You'll make it. So I don't know why people are so anal retentive about other people's attractiveness standards, because at the end of the day, I could give you what I like attractive wise, but my number one thing is compatibility. Do we fit? Like, are we the right fit? And that's what I'll have conversations about. What do we mix? The way my lifestyle, your lifestyle, do they complement? Right? And that's it. So I can say all this stuff, but if I find one that don't meet all the physical things and she just right there and we fit, I'm with it. I'm going. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I don't think that's unique to women. I don't think that's unique to any age range. I think people have what they'll tolerate, right? People, they say everybody got a number, everybody got a price, but people have, a place where they'll give some leeway. You have a guy like, I don't want no fat chick, but if she cute enough, she can cook, or she can solve your problem, or she got just the right curves, you take an overweight chick. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that's kind of what people are being weird about, trying to nail somebody to the cross on. I thought you said you ain't like light skin. I thought you said you ain't like tall. I thought you said you ain't like hood chicks. I hear you. But if Love Dorsey get in your face, you going.
No, but the problem that I'm pointing out, or the enigma that I'm pointing out, is that when it comes to differences between men in modernity and women in modernity, as far as how we operate today, is that I don't think that I've ever seen or heard of a man having an ick about a woman, irrespective to whether or not she meets his physical qualifications. I don't think I've ever heard of it. And so we look at a woman, and if we see a woman, me personally, if I see a woman, and I've been in the Marine Corps doing this, if I see a woman and she looks like she needs help, or whatever the case may be, or just whatever, I didn't look and say, ooh, I picked the bear. No, I didn't do that. What I did is offered my assistance, or just wrongfully, and I've learned my lesson in this crap, offered my help, or whatever the case may be. Okay. Never did I ever look at someone who either offered to help me or crossed my path and say, ew, get away from me. You're the ick. Or, ew, why are you looking at me? Right. Or see a woman who I wasn't physically attracted to, because I didn't had some women that I wouldn't look at if it was the last option on earth. Look at me, wink at me, and do you think that I actually, looked back and then said, ew? No, I gave a smile.
Right.
You got women out here that think of things that are actually offended if someone who they think is beneath them would even waste their time to get their attention.
Yes.
So what I'm bringing up here some sort of way, in sort of a respect kind of way, is that out of respect and out of common courtesy and decency for that woman who winked at me, who I wouldn't give a time of day, I didn't crush that woman's soul by looking at her like, how dare you cross my visual lexicon? How dare you? No, hell no. I didn't do that trash. And I think one of them, I went up and I just had a generalized conversation. Right. But you got women out here who just the very fact that you even crossed their path, it's an absolute waste. I heard some women say that that they felt offended that some man of that caliber would even think that they would be interested in them enough to even have a conversation.
That's a sick person.
But see, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to tell the young guys, right? Even with this gender war stuff, and what these chicks are saying, $600 on the first date, you got to make $120,000. I think because a lot of guys don't have a lot of experience, they don't really understand. I'm not going to put a percentage on it, but most of the stuff that. So when you're here, right? When you're on a panel or when you're in any type of form of the public, what women are going to do, and I mean all of them, they're going to put on a fake face. They're going to put on their public face. They're going to put on their work voice. They're putting on a facade. The stuff that's coming out of their mouth is a part of the facade. A lot of the stuff they're saying, they're just saying to see if they can get something. They shit testing most of the time, and they're just saying anything just to see if they can get a reaction out of you. You know what I'm saying? It works both ways. They're saying stuff to be able to see what they're just testing. This girl got this. Let me see if I say to this nigga, he is this one gonna give it to me. They're saying crazy shit like that. The stuff that you just explained is the same thing. They're putting on an act. They're acting like they were waiting for this opportunity, and they're putting on an act like, oh my God, I'm just that. They're trying to sell themselves that they're really that person. Mm-hmm. Even when they got the results, because, and you know, if you grew up with women, you know the results. You see their behavior. They can never be pretty enough. They've been praised in a whole room before, but that was last week. This week I need it again. No different from a dope fiend. Right. I need my hit again.
It's a drug.
Like the dopamine. Yeah.
I can agree with that, sir. I can. Yep.
JT, what up?
JT.
Hey, JT. What's going on? What Bartman just said. What he broke down about how women are acting toward men on a corporate level, it make it bad when a man that don't fit their desire get a simple compliment. Some men lose their job based on that mindset. I'm glad he broke it down on that level. I had to speak up about it because BMU understand it very, very well. This also happening on a corporate sector, whereby a man who is not physically attracted to a woman may get a simple compliment. Oh, good morning. He didn't say anything derogatory. Should go to HR and say, "This guy sexual harassed me with his eye."
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, y'all have to be careful with this Me Too movement stuff going on.
Okay. I'm just saying.
So I had to say that because when he mentioned that, I was into the whole thing. First thing came to my mind with corporate America. This is why men are walking away from women. They're not going to the elevator no more with women. Make sure somebody else did, so make sure they be a witness. That mindset, I'm glad he broke it down in detail. Thank you very much, Bossman.
Not a problem. I mean, I was in the Marine Corps, and I learned my lesson that day. I will never forget it. This lady she had to be no more than 5 foot, and she was holding this big old box coming into my shop, and I was on my way. I mean, literally, I actually was just recovering from I had a cane. I was recovering from my surgery, and I was willing to hold the door and grab the box and put down my cane. I was gonna make it work, okay? And I put everything down. I was willing to grab the box, whatever. But I was willing to do whatever I had to do to help her out. Okay, all right. I was gonna get some motivation. All right, good to go. And so
she was thick.
Listen, she dressed me down, and she said, basically, she's like, What? Just because I'm a woman, you think I need help? I don't need help. If I needed your help, I would have asked for it. I mean, she dressed me down. My staff sergeant came out of the inn, and he asked me, you know, what was going on or whatever. And I said, Staff Sergeant, I just asked her. I was just gonna help her. I learned my lesson that day. Do not ask. Do not offer your help. And still to this day, if I see a woman looking like she needs, unless she's elderly, and no, I take that back. No, even to this day now, I learned my lesson. Even recently, I was at a birthday party, and this elderly lady was breaking down a table, and I was like, "Lady, ma'am, are you?" I didn't say lady. I said, "Ma'am, are you crazy? I can pick up the table." And she says, "No, I got it. Thank you very much." I'm like, "Well, okay, well then, damn." So here we go. So I'm at a point now where it's like, if it ain't my wife, okay.
All I say is I look at him. I like, you got it, and then that's it. Like, hey, you got it. You need help,
bro. You can't even ask that question no more, bro. You can't even ask that question, because asking that question today makes the assumption that they don't have it.
Well, gentlemen, we are going to play another short video, and then we'll get back to the conversation.
That she started dressing, I told her from the jump that I don't like women that dress provocative. I don't like that stuff at all. You have to dress modest. You know what I'm saying? Only dress provocative if it's just me and you inside the house. So she started hanging out with these girls from a job, and you know, I met them, and I'm instantly just thinking in my mind that this is not a good group right here. This is one of them groups where she's not going to want to feel like she's being left out and stuff like that. And I said, I don't think you should be hanging out with these chicks, because all these chicks are single. You know what I'm saying? None of these chicks are married. You know, single women, they tend to get married women in trouble. So after about like a month, you know what I'm saying, of her chilling with these girls, she started dressing like how they was dressing. And I'm like, whoa. I was like, where you going with that on? And then she told me, she was like, it's just an outfit. It's not much. I'm just, you know, just dressing for the occasion. I'm like, no. I said, no, you got to take that off. I'm like, no, I don't care who you hanging with. You can't put that on, man. You're not fit to go out there dressed like that. And instead of her going to change, she left anyway. She said, no, this is what I'm going to wear. All my friends are dressing like this, and this is just what I'm going to wear. Okay. When she came back, it only take one time to do that thought stuff with me. You know what I'm saying? When she came back, 2 o'clock in the morning, all her stuff was outside. All of it. She was knocking on the door, calling my phone, asking me to let her in. I said, no, it's over. I said, you only got one time to do me like that. And I'm like, yeah, it's over. Nah, heck no. I asked you not to go out there and dress like that. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like you showing too much. I said, it's over. So I threw all her stuff out and then let her back in. Call her mom and call her dad. I said, it's over. I said, I don't talk to people that dress provocative. I don't talk to people like that. And now she want to start because she's hanging out with these girls. I kicked her butt out. Fellas, one time, that's it. You let it fly after that, they're just going to keep doing it to you. One time.
Shit. Can I start?
Well.
Wow.
This is what I want to say, right? First of all, he looked like a dark-skinned Tommy B. We're just going to throw that out there right now. Okay,
he did.
Let's go get that out right now. Let's just make sure we're clear on that part. Principally speaking, I like everything he's saying. I do understand it, right? Principally speaking, he's correct. If that's your standard, we were just talking about it not so long ago, right? If that's your standard, stay on your standard, right? But on some real nigga shit, nah, B. Like I know you're picking from a group that you probably thought you had the one. You're picking from a group. It's almost like these people are either they're lying, this story is completely fake, or you doing it so you can have this story. And I'm always on the guy's side more than most of the time. But I just listening to this nigga, I'm like, bro, you know where you getting these chicks from, bro. You know where you getting these chicks from. And he did mention mom and dad. He probably did want to take it further. And he said something that was atrocious, and I'm going to say it. I have to deal
I
with it.
know where you going with it too.
It's just atrocious. Maybe I don't know. We might not be on the same. We may or may not. He said, single women get wives in trouble. No, the fuck they don't. That's like saying. That's like saying that AAU players get NBA players in trouble. No. Right. Your wife is responsible. She made a commitment. She needs to be a wife. It's not the single chick's job to be a wife when she's around. It's her job to be a wife when they're around. Like, they need to get that out of their head. And if you had that standard, my God, and this is your girl, your wife, or whatever, and then somehow she switched, you can keep blaming her all you want. There's some problems with you. However, now that's just the thing that was in my mind the entire time he was talking. Yes, I am someone, I don't want my girl dressing like one of them fucking video vixens. I have a serious problem with that. And it's not even that I want to confine her. You're attracting attention. They'll all be like, a man shouldn't be. It's not just the man, my girl. It's also other fucking chicks. These chicks see how you dress and they think, well, shoot, we ain't that different. And they think they can get your guy. They gonna come play games with you. So,
wow.
Yeah, these chicks are treacherous out here. So it causes a lot of problems. You don't need to do that extra stuff to be fine. Natural beauty, like the sister in the top right, is beyond. That's the prettiest that y'all can possibly be. In the top left too, when y'all natural, it's the prettiest you will ever be in life. Is when you just being natural. It's the sexiest shit in life. I don't know why I don't understand that, but it's just the sexiest shit in life. I don't know what they don't get about it. So when you do all that extra shit, you can't cry and whine when the extra shit comes that you don't want. So that's my spiel. Appreciate y'all. Let me go first.
Can I go in?
Yes, welcome, JT. Welcome.
Thank you. Definitely agree with my man, World Class. When you are as close to being in your natural state, that is absolutely the best state you can be in. I don't give a damn what nobody say. The real competition comes from there. So if you are in competition to have a man, if you're in competition to have some type of whatever it is that you're doing, that's what it is. You would actually find out the type of man that would be attracted to you in your natural state. Because men are just attracted to having sex. They don't give a damn who they having sex with. But the respect definitely comes from that. If you have men that don't find you attractive in your natural state, that's not the man that you should be with. Period. That's not it. He ain't him. According to the video, that's a couple of things. So, World Class, what I thought you was about to say was his pronunciation and enunciation of the English language.
What did he say?
Instead of him saying provocative, he said prerogative.
I didn't catch that.
I was trying to think about what I was going to
say. And look, it's just certain things that I'm just, I just be looking at that's crazy. You know how you just be a stickler to some shit that you be looking at? Right. One of the things I was looking at was his editing skills. It just got to the point where man, you have to tighten your editing skills up, bro.
That shit be bothering me. Listen, it be bothering me, bro. Oh my gosh, don't trigger me.
I was like, just tight. Man. Right. I was like, just tighten it up,
videos with oh my god, you triggering me right now. I think about it. Oh man, I'm irritated about people editing. Go ahead.
But as far as a man, his premise was on point. You know what I'm saying? Right. His premise was on point. If you can't listen to your man, we shouldn't be arguing about you dressing provocative or prerogative. We shouldn't be having an argument with that. It actually goes into that whole thing that you guys was talking about earlier as far as like respect. That's just it right there. You have to be able to respect that man. Now, on the other end, where did he find her at? What was her pedigree? Right? You ain't gonna be able to change her mind if you know this is, what she desires. You know that this is what she do. You know her get down. So that's one of the things that you don't have to argue with a woman that's already there. And if she wasn't already there, then and you still chose her, and you've changed the way that you are operating, you may have to have some damn what they call what is it? You are gonna have to have you gotta be patient with her, right? You're gonna have to be patient with that woman. If that woman is trying to be in a transition and you out here picking her the way that she was before, then you're gonna have to have some type of, if at least if that's what you're trying to marry. Now, if she a jump off, then what you worried about all that shit for? Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what it is with men. Why are you worried about how she's dressed and all that if that's not your woman and you have no intentions on making it at least a long-term relationship?
Exactly. And we have Simon here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Simon.
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
Okay, Simon is not there. Simon.
Uh-oh.
I'm here. I can't see myself, so
yeah, you would have to come on screen in order to see yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, they rich over here. They got special stuff.
Well, Cross is on screen, so I don't really get that, but that's cool.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to our channel.
What's your opinion?
Well, I was married for 10 years, so I kind of find it interesting when men speak about relationships when they've never been in a relationship for a long period of time. So that's why I hopped on. It's kind of interesting.
Are you referring to the video?
The video and just like generally, and most people have been really short-term relationships. So that's all they can relate to, which is kind of interesting.
Yes, it's like the same viewpoint from a person with kids and a person who doesn't have kids. You just look at it totally differently. You have different experiences. Gentlemen, I know JT, are you in a relationship?
Yeah, I'm not sure where he was going at with that. That's why I was trying to see who do he knows on the panel that has short-term relationships and speaking of long-term relationships.
Mine is long. I got a long marriage.
I've been married for 12 years, but I'm getting divorced.
I was
But
referring to under 12 years or so in marriage or short term. I have 13 years and mine's dead already. So I'm thinking
12
dead.
20 and 10
right.
going to 11. So almost 31 years of being,
yeah.
So
I've for one, I'm 51 years old. I got married at 22. I was married for almost 10 years in that marriage. We had 2 children. We are still co-parents, and we've been holding this thing down for a minute. So we've learned throughout the 20-something years that we were divorced, guess what? We had to build a different type of relationship. How about that? And we had to build that because we still had to look at our children as our children, not hers, not mine. Our children are older now. I have grandkids.
Well, you say older now, but that means that you sort of kind of messed up when you was younger, right?
Who didn't?
Right.
But does that make me an outlier or something? Everybody fucked up, right?
Yep.
No.
It's what you do when you is how you come out of it, right?
Wait, hold it. Can you just calm down for a second?
Did he see the video though? Like, what were you talking
about?
Not everybody messes up, and this is kind of interesting because this
name
is
a person.
You want to portray this sort of stuff like everybody messes up, and not everybody messes up. Like
name person that never messed up.
You messed up. You
name a person that never messed up.
No,
I can show you a video right now. The Honorable Louis Farrakhan talking about how he messed up. How about that?
This is the thing. Like, you want to be protectionist within your own circumstance and like portray to the rest of the world that everyone has the same experience as you. When I'm literally telling you, no one has actually done that apart from yourself. So when are you going to take responsibility for
What are you
your
talking
actions?
about, Simon? Simon, don't come up here with this, man. You're trying to derail the conversation, brother. At the end of the day,
No, I'm
there was
not. It's
nobody.
the
Hold on,
conversation is:
hold
do
on, bro.
husbands really require respect?
So
Do you
listen,
require respect? So
no,
your
listen,
respect is what exactly?
Did you just
Telling
read the
the rest
title?
of the world.
Simon,
No, wait a sec.
Simon.
You're
Listen,
telling the rest of the world.
who
You're
does
telling the
this?
rest of the world that you're the best husband in the world, right?
What's
Okay,
going
Simon.
cool.
on?
No, you're not. Oh,
Can
you
we
can't do
bring it
that.
down?
You can't,
Hold on,
Simon. You
hold on.
Bring
can't
it
come
Simon,
on
down.
here and derail. Look, hold on for a minute, y'all.
Like David Bishop.
I know who this guy is. This
You
guy
don't know
is
who I am.
pretty much what I consider him to be a troll. Every time he comes up on anybody's panel, he does this. He is not from America, for one. He's in our backyard. And then he comes and try to derail you guys' show. This is the thing, Simon. I'm going to ask you one question. And I swear to God, if you do not answer this question, we have to let you go, bro. Because you do this all the time. What is your premise on coming up here and derailing this show?
Wow.
Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Yep,
not
I
that's
see
not
it.
even
That's
called for.
unfortunate.
Yeah, because we having a good conversation, a grown conversation. We don't need no trolls up in here. Because for one, we are not disrespecting men. You know, we for men, we for marriages, we for the women to get themselves right in order to get that man they want. This not that channel, sweetheart. You have to go somewhere else with that.
as an engineer, I apologize for that. But going forward, anybody want to be joining this conversation in this particular podcast, we actually be respectful
Mm-hmm.
because there's a couple of us brothers here. We protect this platform dearly. This is a place for a grown conversation, not for trolls, not for idiot or immature individuals.
Yeah,
We
I'm
respect
sorry, he's
the.
too feminine for me. I'm sorry, I can't. That give me a headache. I'm just being honest. The brothers agree with me. That's just like you and your feelings for no reason. You shouldn't even pop up nowhere.
Did seem upset.
Yeah, you
for
guys,
what?
y'all don't deserve that right now.
No,
You
you don't.
guys are
You don't
getting your
deserve that at all.
platform up.
Right.
No, we don't need that. Not tonight, Simon. You can come on
Right,
my
but
channel. You should have came on my channel last night. You should have came on my platform last night. I would have been with the smoke, bro.
So
But
is
not
it,
tonight.
is it
Not
somebody?
tonight.
Great show last night, JT.
Exactly,
Thank
JT.
you.
We not on here talking about men and just bashing anybody. We for marriages and getting everything right. That's not even called for, dude.
Yeah, right.
Is it somebody that's
Um,
not cammed up that ain't comment on the video yet?
It's me,
Right.
Boss
Okay,
Man.
yeah. Okay.
So I wanted so just to comment on the video. I kind of want to piggyback on what JT mentioned. And that is, it really depends on the premise of what his intentions were for that woman. Because if that woman was just someone that he was wanting to just have an experience with, or have just a one-time connection with, or just a non-serious, non-intentional connection with, to then levy the type of expectation of a long term or a serious type of expectation on, I'm sorry, you can't you can't say to a woman, you can try, but you can't expect a woman to act like a wife if you don't intend to make her your wife. You cannot go to a woman that you know who she is, what she is, and then expect her to adjust to what you would like her to be as your wife, even if she's not technically qualified, but you want to try to make her qualified, which I don't really necessarily suggest, but let's say you try that. I think there are some women that deserve that chance if she shows promise, like shout out to Take Heed when she mentions that if someone wants to show a mindset change, if someone wants to do that, I think that they deserve that chance to be able to do so if they show promise. But you can't then expect that type of commitment that it would take if you were not serious about that. And the reason why I say that gentleman is not necessarily serious is because, to me, and I'm going to be a little bit forthcoming here. I'm relatively young in my marriage. Okay, I've been my wife in total of 10 years, but we've been married since 2019. Okay,
Congratulations.
and thank you. What I'm coming to understand is that in order to have a marriage or relationship in general, but a marriage with longevity, promise of longevity, there needs to be grace.
Exactly.
I've become a person. That's what I was trying to explain to I'm going to botch her name. I apologize, Miss Moore, earlier. Is that I've become a different person crossing into my 30s than I was in my 20s. So we got married in my 20s.
That happened.
And so you got to have grace. And if that person shows that after adjusting, and maybe even after crossing that barrier or a boundary of infringement, shows at least an effort, because you can, it's like walking in a forest sometimes. I picture marriage like this sometimes, and this may seem a little dark, but I promise you I'm getting to the light. When you're walking in a forest sometimes and there are bear traps, you know there are bear traps out there, right? Sometimes. And you go left and you hit a bear trap. Crap. Now you go right and you hit a different bear trap. It doesn't mean, and those bear traps represent mistakes. It doesn't mean that you should be punished just because you hit the bear trap. You tried a different path, but you ended up in the same trap. But you tried a different path. Just get up and try a different path. So my point is that if that woman that he just gave one chance to, and you're entitled to make your one chance policy all you want to, but I promise you, if you want a marriage and a successful one chance policy, I promise you, is not the way to go. I don't know a successful marriage that has ever survived off of just one chance policy, and that's it. I'm sorry. I don't know one. Okay. I've talked and listened to many successful marriages, and I'm not talking about successful marriages that are still going and they've only just got started 5 years ago. I'm talking 20, 15, 20, 30-year marriages that are still going and maybe ended because death did them part. Okay. And they didn't end because someone just said one time and you're done. They looked at the bigger picture. Okay. So so with that in mind, to me, I think you're right, JT. That man did not have intentions for that woman. And to the earlier gentleman's point, I think world class. Where did this man find this woman from? And he didn't really see much quality in her to begin with, because if you saw quality in her, because the reason why I say this is because my own wife was not the kind of person, very, 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 very headstrong, not to be not to be played with. Okay. And so for me to be able to say to her, I don't want you to do something, and this is why. It's not enough to just say, I don't want you to do something. Here's the reason why. And it's either you respect it or you don't. But this is why I don't want you to do it. And if you don't respect it, here are the consequences to it. Now, the very fact that I give a reason for it is a logical reason. It is because of what I want. That's reason to respect it in itself. Earlier, I don't think that she would have understood that, but now she does. It took grace to get there.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes people need time to be able to get there, given especially what people go through in times. Now, do all women deserve that? Do all men deserve that? No. I think it takes a little bit of vetting to see if they deserve that.
A lot of vetting.
But to say that because they don't acquiesce or heed like a dog because of one instance, you got to be able to understand that although you are the head of the relationship and you're the head of the, I'm sorry, not relationship, but the head of the marriage, rather, let's be more specific. You're the head of the marriage. Understand that as a man of and head of my household, there are some times where I have to adjust to what is necessary as well for the betterment of the household. And sometimes it doesn't always come from me all the time. Because I, as a head, need to also understand that I need to make the best decision, and sometimes I need to consort my better half. So, to me, I don't know. When it comes to marriages, and especially looking at someone who may show some promise, you gotta kind of have a little bit of grace if you have intent. To JT's point. Over.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah, I think to the video, simply put, is that when you're a dad, to Boss Man's point, when you're that, I don't even know what to call it, intolerant, when you don't have that much patience, when you don't have that grace, that's a person that is obviously hurt and need to be in healing. You're not fit for it right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like putting a burn victim on a roller coaster. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is not for you. This is not, and that, it's not even that. It's not even the burn victim. It's the person going with them. Oh, they got to slow the roller coaster down. And you're putting so much stress on this other person for them to now be a conduit or caretaker for your trauma and your abuse when you're not even ready for this. You know what I'm saying? That happens a lot. People don't really pay that enough attention in these conversations. Is, are you even fit for this? Are you fit for exchange of another person? Can you even adopt ideas right now when you haven't got over the whatever you was just in a relationship, right? Because you can go, was relationship before was bad. Well, no, his relationship with his mom could have been bad. His relationship with his grandmother could have been bad. His relationship with his child could be bad. And you're using what I always talk about, false compensation in your relationship. Like, people think that this is supposed to be some type of insurance claim in a relationship where they're supposed to compensate you for everything that your mom and them did, and that deductible. Exactly, right. So I think watching him talk and kind of, obviously I empathize with him. I at some places where I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. No, I'm not with it right now. If this happened, I'm done. But I know, I'm not ready for no marriage right now. I need to get myself together. You know what I'm saying? I know that. You can recognize that.
World Class, I don't want to cut you off, but don't forget, she was living with him, just to let you know. I'm putting that detail in that conversation.
You said she was what?
She was living with him.
Yeah, that was his
they were
wife.
together, right?
That was his wife.
They were married. Oh.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I gotta tell y'all, hold on a minute. I gotta tell y'all what happened the rest of the way. He said that he noticed, because it's on there, because I found the video. He said he noticed that she went and had piercings done too. Nipple piercings. Nipple piercings. So she wore an outfit. She wore an outfit where you can actually, it was see-through, you can actually see it. And he said, well, he told her to change and she was looking like whatever, but he isn't too far-fetched on how women do their husband. Because there's a lot of women that will not get into a relationship with a man, and this is the reason. They say, oh, he's controlling. The reason why they say he's controlling, because these men is like, look, I'm your man, you out here dressing like a thot. I don't want you dressing like that. And these women like, you can't tell me what to do. I can wear what I want to wear. And especially for a husband, that is straight up disrespect. That's my body don't belong to me. It belongs to my husband. I mean, if I go out the door showing all his goodies, that's his. It's for his eyes. No man will respect, and no man will respect any woman, wife, girlfriend, whatever. If you out there advertising it like you out there on the stroll, like you out there just, you know what I'm saying? Just it is.
Amen.
She was pushing. Yeah, she was pushing away from him anyway.
Yeah, she
So
was.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
fact, JJ.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So now, just to make sure I'm clear, this is
real
his wife.
real quick. Yeah. Real quick, boss man. So Black David, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Black David, right?
No, go ahead.
My point still stands though, Black David. Even if that's his wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean, and they could have been together. And this is what chicks be talking about grooming and shit. He's clearly right doing what I'm saying that he's doing. He's using this relationship for some false compensation, just because they was together for years and they got married, right? And I'm not saying that you was pushing back on what I'm saying. You just bringing context. It still stands because when you're that sensitive with a woman that complied enough for you to give a ring to, let's just assume is in a reasonable time. If you're that sensitive about something like that, that's a reason you're that sensitive. It could be a good reason. You probably got a legitimate reason for, I don't want my wife dressing like that. I don't want her to get nipple rings and wear freaking. Could be, but when you're that sensitive to where you're gonna get rid of her and make a TikTok or whatever the hell he made.
Right.
That's
you got
feminine energy.
You got other problems.
I respect. I get your
Yeah.
logic. I get what you're coming from. Makes sense. Perfect sense. I respect.
Yeah, because I don't think the time frame would dismiss that. Is what I'm saying.
No man that respects his woman when she falls will put her on blast. It's just not going to happen. That's why you can hear when you see couples and they getting into it, she'll be telling the whole nation about the shit that's going on with her. And you talk to him, he ain't talking to you. He'll be like, we good, right? The only people that this man is really going to confide to is close friends. If he's close to his father, he don't want his mama even know all of these things unless they have that type of relationship where, you know what I'm saying, he can actually tell her some things that actually is bothering him. Because you still got to realize, if he picks that woman, he's picking that woman for the covering, even if the man don't know what he's doing, right? Just look at it. A lot of these relationships, it's starting to change because, guys they're not in touch with who they really are right now. They dealing with mama issues, aunties, or whatever feminine shit that's overriding them. But the average guy, when he's getting into it with his woman or his wife, he's not going to just be putting her on blast. She can put him on blast all day. Now, he'll cuss her the hell out. Mm-hmm. They be going back and forth with each other. Mm-hmm. But once she brings the village against him, this is when he starts to transition on how he looks at her. Mm-hmm. When that man was sitting there and he got her on blast and shit, his intentions, I can see that his intentions is just not genuine, right?
Yeah.
He don't have, because at the end of the day, damn this TikTok shit, me and you about to have it out. And then if she had nipple piercings and stuff and she never confided to him to stuff like that.
She was on the way out.
Yeah, she was on her way out. She was pushing away from him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
She already had somebody lined up. And he said that he said that his wife met these women at work. You already know what's up on that at work.
You already know what it is.
They was fucking.
Mm-hmm.
They was fucking.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No. But this is the thing. If you notice where it's starting to change at is that you'll be thinking that she's leaving you for another man and all this. Nah, she's leaving you for the lifestyle. It's real.
It's a lot of women. It's a lot of women down low. For a lot of people say it's a lot of men down low. You couldn't even fathom how many women are down low. These females that got these BFFs, they BFFs, all right.
No, they get these chicks will get attitudes because you got to get up and go home to your husband, and she feel like you left her for him.
Mm-hmm.
Any man can come in between a woman and her best friend. If she loved that man and that girl she was kicking it with and all that time, they were best friends in college and all that shit. If she's into that man, she's going to pull away from her best friend the way they can still be best friends, but they just got to be best friends a different way.
Yep.
You can't just be popping up at the crib. We ain't going to be just going on girls trips. None of that stuff is going to happen because she's actually giving the energy that she has to him. That energy she was giving, if she's 50 years old and she got more than 3 friends and they always seeing each other and talking to each other all week, every hour, FaceTiming and all that shit. She ain't into that man. She into women. That's why you hear these women talk about partners and shit. You want a woman. You do not want a man, because we are not. This is the thing about what women have to learn about us. And I'm just one of those dudes that's like, nah, you got to learn this shit when you're young about men. It is very uncomfortable to get with a man and to bond with him in the way that you want to bond to the point of marriage, right? Because we're just not one dimensional. Right. We stand on some shit, right? Most of us will stand on some shit, and it's not a comfortable thing when you got that type of man that you want. That man that actually is a masculine man that stand on stuff, because we're assholes. There's a part of us that's just going to be an asshole, and you, especially once you start having kids, you'll be the yes person. As much as you try to be the no person, you're always going to be the yes person, and he's going to initially be the no person.
That's a fact. Y'all suck at that. Y'all not good.
Yeah.
Just you need to find a man to be the bad guy, because y'all suck. I don't know how many times I've been up here on this panel saying, listen, my son, he's 7 now. He better be 8, right? Mm-hmm. I established it early. You get one morning full-fledged consequences. You do not give 6 and 7 and 20 and 3 and 9 and all of these.
Right.
Man, I told you you're not gonna go outside. I'm not. Nah, nigga. Nah.
It's done. What did I tell you?
I'm getting up. All right, Daddy. Our conversations with my son 20, 30 seconds max. I don't know. That's how long the confrontations or the punishment go. I don't take that long because he know I'm not playing any games. Mm-hmm. His mother. Yeah, nah. Even when he was an infant, like this is something about mothers that even infants just know. Y'all word don't mean shit.
Y'all already, yup.
Don't say it don't mean shit.
Yo, world class is speaking absolute facts. My two-year-old is already showing signs of this. My wife will be saying something to him.
It's amazing.
And he looks at her and kind of just like side eyes her and kind of like does what he wants to do. As soon as I poke my head up and I look at him, he's already at attention and doing exactly what I did. I didn't even say anything yet, and I just look at him, and he's already doing what I didn't say to do, but he already knew.
Yeah, but what I did though, boss man, is I always made sure I put that discipline. You better listen to your mother. Even when he was an infant and he was breastfeeding, oh my God, and breastfeed babies is different. That's a whole different world. They not the same as infant milk babies.
That mastitis.
Oh my gosh,
mastitis.
It's like they look crack babies. But when he wouldn't let her sleep, I would get him like, hey, no. Even talking about as an infant, he was in the hospital, NICU first 90 days of his life. Then
greedy.
4 or 5, super. Oh my gosh. But you have to discipline them in a way where it's just like you establish that you're not going to be bullying your damn mom. You know what I'm saying? And we do understand that it's not a shot at y'all. We do understand that y'all want you're the graceful one. And dads got to support moms in that situation, but moms got to support dads in terms of putting the foot down when we're not there, because that's the game. When we're not there, put it on us. I'm gonna tell your daddy. One time, I'm telling your father. I'm calling him right now. I'm texting him right now. You in trouble.
I don't know how many times I had to do that. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. Imagine.
Oh look! My wife is already saying. She said, "I can't wait to be like I'm gonna tell your daddy. I can't wait."
Yes.
But I don't. I think what y'all about to wrap up now. Or
we making this, guys. We making this a part 2.
Yeah, we didn't get through everything.
We didn't get to the surface.
That's a good show, then. That's a good show.
Yes, I love it. And thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah,
thank you. We need your perspective. We need it. We need it.
I would say that this is a great show. This is a great topic. I suggest it to be a part 2 because I hope we can have Miss Moore back for part 2. And then Nikki, one of your friends, who's give a shout out to you guys, also be a part. Also, we want dating to marriage to be a part of this conversation because the word respect, as you can see on multiple platforms, everybody's brushing over it, but that is the real issue.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I'm hoping in
It's
the part
so
two there
different.
could be some solution bait, and I hope we can have world class BMU
Yeah.
up here, part of the conversation. And
Mhm.
maybe Paul Bennett, and hopefully Soy Health speak, because as I'm listening to the whole conversation for the past 4 hours, it said a lot. There is something that we have as people, as Black people, regardless you are African American, African Caribbean, or African as well. We have a significant issue when we are dealing with the word respect
Right.
Yeah,
in the relationship.
absolutely.
I'm been,
That's a
And
good point.
and a lot of people don't even understand that. Before we even do anything, please support me and sis and our Cash App if you can.
Yes, thank you, please. Much
Yeah,
appreciated.
sure.
Lisa Cash App is Hunting Wisdom, and mine is Mrs. O Show, and it's going across the screen. We would
Thank
appreciate
you. Thank you. Thank you.
as you
Uh,
can see here, we got someone here being the first time here. It's an interesting
I
subject
see
matter.
Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle
thank
Big
you.
CB. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. We'll make this we'll do a part 2 next Thursday. It's a part 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have
Still
to.
have a
We have so
lot
much.
more
We
to
have so
discuss.
much stuff, and I have some more videos that I found that go with the part 2. So yeah, it's and even on my channel, I'm going over the disrespect. I'm on part 1, but I'm doing part 2 next week. So if you want to subscribe to my channel, I'm at Mrs. O Show. You can come and subscribe, and I have plenty more of what we talking about on my channel.
All
And
right. And
please, if you missed the beginning, please rewatch it for the rerun. Get your
yes,
pen and paper, take some note. I'm hoping that people
lots of
come back for the
gems.
part 2 so they can bring their question in case there's something they want to ask, because this is no regular topic.
Thank you. And thank you,
Mhm.
Abele. I
Okay.
think I pronounced that correctly.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yes, no screaming. Yes,
Right.
no screaming.
And she told us they say they like your hair.
Hey,
Sis
Billy.
got
I
Thank
the
think it's
you.
Hey,
sis,
Billy. That's
sis
how you
got
pronounce her name.
the right,
Abele. Abele.
right. Sis
Hey,
got
Billy.
the
Look like an
fro.
African name.
Right. Sis got the fro. I got the locks.
Yes.
Yeah, I got
Yes.
everything covered.
Yes. Yes.
And I guess y'all need somebody with a shortcut, right? That's the only thing missing.
So with a shortcut.
Yeah, with the little.
That
That'd
would
be
be
it.
Shushu, but she's not here.
I know. Shoot, come back. I appreciate y'all. I'm drop down.
Well,
Y'all take it easy.
thank you.
And
Thank
thank
you. It's
you
been an
Always.
all.
absolute pleasure. Absolute
Right.
Yeah,
pleasure.
So,
I
Hey,
subscribe to both of
Team
y'all channel
Vegan.
already. This
Right.
Team
Team
Vegan,
Vegan
brother.
and
Team
Team
Vegan.
Natural. Team Vegan and
Yes.
Team Natural.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
so
Thank you.
I can't say
Peace.
this is the final thought yet, but there'll be a part into part 2,
Okay.
because there cannot be a final thought because we still haven't finished this topic. So, what you
Okay.
Right.
will say to this show?
Okay.
Well, it's been a pleasure. I've learned a lot.
Yeah, and I had fun with you guys. Thank
Yes,
you so
yes. I
much.
appreciate the peaceful conversation between
Yeah.
adults.
Except for that
It's
troll that came in.
And I apologize for that because I did
no, it's
ask him in the back
okay.
chat
That's
You
okay.
to
You
make
did. You
didn't.
sure.
did. I saw that.
Right.
You said, well, I
Right.
just say, I wish you the best, Simon. I wish you the best.
Right.
Peace and
I wish
love.
you the best, but don't come over here with that. This is not the platform for that. Really not.
Kyle. Oh no, not you, Kyle. Not you, Kyle.
No.
There was a
No.
gentleman named
It
Simon
was
here
yeah,
earlier.
it was a troll came
He seemed
in.
upset. He just seemed
Yeah.
upset.
He was upset at the wrong folks. That's what that was.
Yeah.
And I have to agree with Joshua because he said the topic lacked clarity. Nobody really made
Okay.
that a definition. That's
Hmm.
why I
Yeah.
said there should be a part 2, because when we come to the word respect, there are too
Mm-hmm.
many angles. There's no significant clarity based on what they refer to, either between relationships, either
Hmm.
between father and son, husband and
Hmm.
wife, because that word respect can go to many different directions.
I
Hmm.
see. Even more than I
And
thought.
Yeah.
and while you guys were breaking it down as I was listening, even work class and trade and
Mm-hmm.
bossman had put on serious concern and thought process into this, and that show you that respect is not a simple topic to gloss over.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
We got Joshua Jones. He just jump in so he
Thank you,
can
Joshua.
clarify what
Thank you, Joshua.
How you
Josh. You can speak up for a
doing?
while.
Okay,
Josh.
well, hey, I'm gonna
Peace.
go
Yeah.
ahead and call it.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me on the show. I enjoyed the stream. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're
All
welcome.
right, ladies.
And you have
Okay.
a wonderful night. We appreciate you.
Everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thank you, everyone. See you next week.
Yeah. See you next week. Bye.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good evening.
Bye. Good night. Thank you. Oh, Miss Titus.
Oh, we done now?
Miss Titus. I'm always having a flashback. He was pushing Miss Titus.
All right.
Bye.
Good night, guys.
Bye.